Okay, so this is gonna be a bit of a slow day probably, which, you know, that's fine. This is Tower Survival. It already has one thing I need to point out, and that is there's no sound effect slider. So, you know, that's a thing. So if any of the audio balance is out of whack, do let me know. I can't guarantee I'll be able to fix all of it. The sound is currently balanced for the loudest sound I encountered in the game because I didn't want it being too loud. As it stands, I could probably get away with bumping it up a little bit more than it is right now. Probably put it like here and that might be okay. Music can obviously go up a little more, environment can go up a little more. Those should all be okay. But let's just get this ball rolling. As you can see, there are some autosaves. I have played this a little bit earlier today. Make sure everything worked properly. And to get this out of the way, I was given this key on Lurkit, so understand that this is more or less sponsored. Like, it's not a direct sponsorship, but it's one of those, I was given the key to advertise the game, so take that how you will. We're just gonna go snag the things we need. Axe, pickaxe, food, water, rope, flashlight. You know, all the usual things you'd need. Now, take note of all of these workbench spots in this little fenced-off area here. This is where we're going to be building all of our stuff. Because unlike a lot of recent survival games, you're not, like, freely placing things around. You have to put them all in designated locations. Hey there, Callista. How you doing? Just gonna disregard the deer at the second because catching them and hitting them with an axe is going to be inconvenient. Yeah, that's right. Sneak up on that tree. Yeah, this is just a nice, simple survival thing. Sounds good. Hopefully you can make all the progress you want with your project. Thankfully, each tree gives us a decent amount of wood, so it doesn't take too awful long to get the early bits here done. I'm going to knock down more trees than they need me to, because of obvious reasons that most people would be able to figure out. Specifically, we're going to need more wood than they're telling us to need. There we go, we get some money and some experience for completing that task. They want us to make a workshop next, but like I said, I'm going to tag a few more of these trees on the way back. Because that's just the smart play. As you can see, you got a stamina bar down there under your health. That's the yellow. You got a hunger, a drink, and a fatigue. I do appreciate that food and water have their own slots. You can put one of each in so you can quickly access them. That is convenient. You've also got a guaranteed flashlight slot. As you can see down there on the bottom right, there's an ammo slot for arrows specifically, I think. And a slot for grenades, and I think that is actually a compass you can get. Down there, I did not encounter that in the test play, so I do not know about that yet. Nor did I encounter any grenades in my, like, half an hour of testing. But as you can see, it's telling us exactly where to go to place the workshop. That is, to my knowledge, the only place you're allowed to place it. So we'll just trot on back after I spend my level, which there are 4 stats you can use. Durability makes you more durable, aside from health, which is what strength is for. Intelligence makes you better at crafting and trading. And agility is what we're going to want right now, which is going to make us sprint faster. And I'm going to start with the inventory increase. because the starting inventory stops here. No, the starting inventory stops here, rather, because it was 10 slots, so 2 rows. This is not sufficient. That is not going to ever be sufficient for my power needs. That's just, no. And I would have done the starting soon as usual, but I already did all the things I needed to do during that time frame, so I just opted for just going straight to getting this ball rolling. I've also got a bit of a headache between the weather and there is work happening, or at least supposed to be happening on the road right outside. So if you end up hearing things like that, there's not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. That's just gonna be how it'll be. But the noise they had been making before was definitely a bit disruptive to my whole setup and situation. So I wouldn't be shocked if it becomes disruptive later. There we go. We now have a workshop, which is a positive and not at the same time. Because we can make quite a few things on our person, including making the bow. But they try to tell you to make it in the crafting table. The problem with making it in the crafting bench is it takes time in the crafting bench. But if you just craft it on your person, it takes significantly less time. So that's a bit of a weird one. The advantage to the crafting tables here is you can get NPCs to do the work for you, but they don't teach you that yet, which is why that gets a little weird. It seems a little bit like they disagree with themselves. There's no deer out on this side. Well, there's a convenient deer right there. Unfortunately, since I was shooting where the fence was, now I gotta run to get a shot again. The archery isn't super accurate, but it works itself out well enough. So far so good, Jay, but we've only just started, so we'll see how it plays out from there. How you doing, buddy? Sounds good. Excellent, close to excellent. And knock out a few more of these deer while I'm here. A little to the left. And there we go. The bows shoot a little to the side, which is a little strange. I haven't noticed that much issue with the other ranged weapon I acquired, which was just a pistol. But, you know, it's also just a handgun. You shouldn't really expect too much out of a handgun. Nice. Have you been posting it anywhere, or are you just getting it all worked out first? Haven't the slightest idea there, Jay. You know as much as I do about this game because the store page didn't really tell me that much, and neither did the creator info for the game. I'm just kind of following the prompts up there and seeing where we end up. But it's your typical zombie apocalypse, so I would presume the idea is to not die. And welcome in, ABC. We don't actually need to put a campfire in any of these spots. That's one of the few things we can freely put around. Hell yeah, 3-stream streak. Okay, I'll just step over here. Go ahead and pop that over here. Turn all of that into nice cooked steaks. Now I don't need to look at that anymore. And the need for wooden planks is why I made a point of getting extra wood. But that is one thing I do have to use the table for. Which means we actually have to use the table and take our time instead of crafting it instantly in my pocket. I presume we're supposed to be somewhat rebuilding society, considering the point is to build a whole camp up. So you can also use that as what you would consider a goal. But this, as you can see, is why I wasn't making most things on the table, because it takes a lot longer. And yeah, it makes sense to get it all worked out and figured out ahead of time, so you're not having to figure it out on the fly as you're writing the rest of it out. We'll go ahead and raise our stealth. Keep raising that agility so we can get around the map at some reasonable speed. Sales profit's not a bad idea. It is interesting that of all the tier 2s, stealth one's the only one that I noticed cost more. His bandage proficiency, as you see there, is still only 1 point. Level 2 stealth, though, 2 points. I think they understand that stealth is going to be really strong. Yeah, if I'm not working on it, that doesn't get done right now. And honestly, it doesn't need to get done. So, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Except I am, because I need to make cloth. And I don't think I can make the cloth on me either, can I? Nope. Get rid of that. Because it doesn't like to do work that's queued up without getting rid of the work that's ahead of it, even if the work ahead of it's not possible to do. Yeah, that is two areas to pull from where you're gonna have a lot to work with, so it makes sense that you'd have a lot of storyboarding you'd have to figure out if you really want to go detailed with it. I'm not significantly experienced with either, but I do know there's a lot of characters kicking around in both. So I could definitely see it getting complicated. But there we go, we got our rain catcher now. It's kind of fun how it does this little camera spin, but I also don't really know why they do the little camera spin. Meep, meep. Exactly. EABC. Gotta go fast. Gotta run. Gotta be zooming everywhere we go. Go ahead and just ditch all this stuff in here for now. Hang on to the money. I don't need any of that on me since we have plenty of food and drink on our quick slots already. And we just trot on over to town. Start facing off against our first actual zombies. One, two, three. They react decently, as you see there, getting hit. Like, I don't think there's actual, like, limb breaking or anything in this, but you can at least see them respond to where you hit. Which is nice. God damn it. Yeah, exactly. It starts to be quite the amount of characters involved, especially if you're trying to use every character, which that would probably get a little excessive. You know, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, too. I do appreciate that I can recover my arrows. Too many games have arrows just magically breaking when they're used, and it gets upsetting. And if you're worried about melee not being effective, by the way, don't. It's actually quite effective in this game. Even from what I've seen so far, at least against basic zombies. Just, you know, if you're going into this expecting realism, that is a mistake. Yeah. They would at best end up being, like, appears in one scene and then never seen again characters. Go ahead and sift through this whole big trash pile here. You think your window's gonna stop me? Hello, sir. Or madam. Can't... You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. You're dead already anyway. Go ahead and pull all the metal out of these cars. And there we go. It does seem to be a set map, or at least a very similar map. Okay, so there's a decent casualty count expected. Okay. And now that we've got a bunch of scrap metal, they want us to build a kitchen, but we may as well loot the rest of this town and cut more trees and such while we're here. Because otherwise we're just gonna end up coming right back. As you can see, headshot damage is a thing, which is always good to see. Or at least, actually, I'm not sure if that's headshot damage or just critical hits, because I definitely didn't hit them in the head with the axe there, and we got the same skull prompt. So it might just be a critical hit system. I was getting a lot of them on heads earlier, is why I was assuming it was headshot damage. But I definitely don't know this game backwards and forwards yet, so... any number of things could be true. You do have a dodge mechanic, which is fairly nice. You can use that either on C or on your right click to get away from something that's grabbing at you. It's not gonna save your life guaranteed. Oh yeah, it will auto-equip the first backpack you find. And as you might imagine, you can't just strap on 2 backpacks, even though theoretically that would be doable. It wouldn't really be recommended. Seeing this Jeep... no, that is a sedan. But yeah, this car here brings me to the point that got me interested in this. You can actually just take cars. You don't need to build a vehicle or anything. You just grab a car that's still in decent shape and off you go. This was the real reason why I was sifting through the town a little further, was to find a car so we don't have to run back and forth constantly. That's not where the entrance is. As you can see, there is fuel, there is durability, all of the above are concerns. And I may as well bring the car in. Now, I don't know if... can I actually... okay, this does actually have storage. Okay. Good to know. Go ahead and toss the backpack in there for now. Yeah, we'll just walk over here and build an entire kitchen with our mind. Just by looking at it, we have created a kitchen. Now, once we build that dorm, we'll actually get to the more interesting part of that. That whole setup here. I really should have just made the additional cloth while I was thinking about it. But I forgot how much I needed quickly. You would think I would have remembered, considering I did all of this literally like an hour or so ago. Just so I'd be prepared. But more or less, this is the main loop you're gonna have going on, is the usual survival crafting game loop of go get material, Go make things out of the material, then go get more material. So if that's not for you, this game isn't really going to blow you away. And even within the survival genre, I wouldn't say that this is going to change anybody's minds about the genre in general. But I think, based on my impressions of it so far, this would actually be a good starting point for somebody getting into the genre. Especially since it's fairly reasonably priced. I think it's something on the order of like $12, something like that. So if you wanted to learn about the survival crafting genre, this would be a decent enough starting point. Because this game doesn't seem especially difficult either yet. But I've also only encountered the first like 2 zombie types and seen a 3rd one. Which that's another thing I will give them some credit for already, is I saw a decent amount of zombie types running around, both visually and mechanically. So there's credit on that one as well. Now, if you're looking for super deep survival mechanics, I don't think they're really here. Like, as you might notice, we don't seem to be really affected by the rain. We just have 3 meters to manage. And now that we have a dorm, now we can start getting people into our camp, which is going to be the other interesting thing about this one. The other especially interesting thing about this one, anyway. There is this whole skill tree here. Nothing about it's really blown me away yet, just to be honest about it. But I don't think it's intended to blow you away. I think that's just there as a means to an end. You'll also notice there's not a weight limit to worry about. There's just fill all your slots up. And I do appreciate that there's a quest inventory as well, so quest items aren't going to jam up slots in here. And you might be wondering why I've never tried to fit my pickaxe into a slot anywhere or anything. I'll explain that right quick while we're near something I can use it on, actually. Because if we drive over here to this rock, you'll see that the pickaxe prompt comes up. You'll just auto-equip the pickaxe. Yes, exactly, Jay. We could just fit a couple hundred. It logs, an entire rock, all of that in my pocket. It all makes perfect sense. Nothing wrong here. I could fit an entire car in my pocket. But don't ask me to pick it up. It's the usual. It started with a full tank of gas. Oh, full-ish. I haven't seen gas in this game, so it might be that once cars run out of gas... Oh, yeah. You would think you could just wear a backpack on the front and back, yeah, because it would at least physically fit there. It wouldn't be comfortable, but it would work. Especially with a little dinky backpack like this. Or even just adjust the strap so it, like, hangs off the side of your belt or something. But now we can pick out some of these people to hire for us. Let's see. You're good at woodcutting. You're a pretty good mechanic. You can do decent hunting. Your stamina sucks. But you got some pretty good skills, so I'll think about that. What about you, lady? What's your deal? You're very, very good at farming. Your stamina consumption's not as bad. You're pretty good at cooking. Your crafting's okay. Your medical's decent. You aren't gonna be gathering shit, but that's fine. These are actually some pretty good skills otherwise. So you're on the consideration table. How about you, buddy? Oh, you're a shopkeeper. Okay. Okay, so that's where we get gas, or at least a way to get gas is buying it off this guy. We got plenty of money, so I'll grab some gas cans. Okay, each one's 25 liters of fuel. Very good, very good. Yeah, because this place is full of shopkeepers. Like, this guy sells a better backpack and a pistol. Now, one complaint I have with these menus, look how slowly this goes if I'm using the mouse wheel. You have to grab it and drag it for it to move at any kind of reasonable pace. But I think that's an engine issue, not necessarily this game-specific issue. Go ahead and grab myself the better backpack, though, because there's no reason to not have the better backpack. I would buy the pistol, but keeping up with getting ammo for it might not work out very well. And I don't know if this is one of those games that crossbows and bows will use the same ammo, so I'll just hang on to my money right now, because we also need to spend money to hire people anyway. What about you two jokers over here? What's your deal? Backwards cap, what's your business here? You would cut down the entire forest for me, except you would be winded after cutting down a single tree, judging from that meter. Ugh. Some of y'all are terrible. If I'm understanding what those mean correctly, which I might not be understanding it. Looks like we only have 3 people to choose from unless there's hireable people inside, though. So I may have to make do with some trashy people. The ones I encountered in my test were a bit better than these. So there's definitely some randomness to that. Like, they weren't anybody to write home about either, but they were a little bit better. At the very least, I think I'm going to take you for that crazy farming skill you have. That seems like a good idea. For keeping longevity, as well as the fact that she can do all of the cooking as well as the farming. It just becomes a question between Backwards Hat Man and this guy over here, unless there's somebody back here. Which, I'm kind of more inclined to this guy right here, because his stamina was not as bad. So I think we'll go with that, because his woodcutting's only like 1 dot lower, and he has some decent points in multiple other things. So there we go. We have our 2 people. Technically, I could probably hire for all of them. Because you know what? I have the money. So you know what? If I can fit you in the camp, come with me too. There we go. We'll just take all of them. And don't worry about how they're going to get there. Exactly. You gotta still have stage shows and comedy and things like that. Gotta keep people's spirits up. Also, I question how well this man can see over the front now that I look at how he's sitting. I'm sure it's fine. Not like this car was made for us, considering we just stole it out of the middle of a city. Good thing somebody left the keys in it, huh? Now you'll notice we drove over here, but somehow they all got here before us. Don't question our new team's magical powers, it's fine. Now what you do is you open this menu up with B, and then you can tell them what facility you want them working in. Right now, Naomi may as well go into the kitchen because we don't have a farm set up, so she can use her cooking skill there. Let's see. You're not the one with the good crafting, are you? No, you're the one with 4 crafting. What was your crafting? 5. Yeah, you're gonna go into the workshop. Now, they're admittedly going to eat more food because there's 3 of them. And I could just throw them out at any time or rename them or any number of things. And until they have work to do, they'll just kind of hang out in that station now. Oh, until they get tired. Right now, though, let's go ahead and dump some stuff in here so I can give him work to do. Because without stuff in that storage, he won't know how to do anything, because he won't have material to make things with. Go ahead and make me some bricks. Yeah, you'll notice he's set to work on it immediately. Make some more planks. Make me some arrows. That should keep you busy for a bit. And did I put all the meat in here? did, but I had cooked it all already, so it doesn't help anyway. But I am going to take it out because I want to move it over here to the fridge that we now have, because that's where I believe they take their food from, because it's the food storage. Because you'll notice there's meters up there for them. So like right now, they drink directly from the rain collector, so the water for the base is actually doing decently compared to the food. So they're all set for the moment. One of them's just kind of hanging out, not accomplishing anything, because I don't know how to send them out to gather. They have woodcutting skills and such, so there's probably a woodcutting camp or something I can make later that'll be what has them doing that. And we're already almost up to the point where I had stopped my test for the game. I did the medical center and started doing the objective after that. And that was about all I had accomplished. There are enemy humans around as well. Just as a note, I bumbled into a camp full of them when I was doing my test as well. And that's gonna be one downside to this game, I think. But I'll explain that when we get to them. But it is something I do need to point out when that happens. But for now, just breaking more things, doing as we do. Making sure I have the resources to do what I need to be doing. I probably should have queued up more cloth as well. But I think I have enough for the medical center. And I really should hunt down some more deer, because we need leather. So I think I only put away like 7 leather. I don't actually remember how much I put away. Really should have kept it on me, realistically, but... habits. Nope, a little too far. There we go. It did take me a little bit of time to get my eye in for the bow in this game. Not as bad as the starting bow of 7 Days to Die, though. This at least shoots where you expect it to consistently, instead of, oh yeah, sometimes it just kind of goes where it feels. This was lower than I thought, though. I got him in the foot. Every now and then it doesn't drop as much as I think it will, though. Like, it's not perfect, but it's because I'm not letting him fully draw it because I'm trying to shoot quick. So that's as much me as the game on that one. Only meat on that one, huh? Somehow won't be able to skin that. Sure thing, buddy. There we go. Now, it may look like I'm doing a reasonably good job, but honestly, the archery in this is super easy. Hitting a moving target, a little harder. And I ran out of arrows because I went to predict its movement and failed. Thankfully, just pull those right out of this one's ass and it'll be okay. Punk. Finish the job. Looks like the other arrows are gone. That is one thing. Even though I was praising the fact that I can get arrows back, there is either like a time limit on getting them back, or they do sometimes break. I don't know what the answer necessarily is there. Now we got a bunch of meat, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put all of this raw steak over here in the food storage and tell her to cook it all for me. And she'll get that done eventually. Because as you saw with the stamina consumptions and such that they have, they will get tired and then go rest at the dorm instead of continuing to do work. you know, slackers, a lot of them. Oh, are there not any leaves in there? There's one leaf. Here. Take those and do your job. Though, speaking of the dorm, we actually need to go use those beds ourselves because we are wore out. Where did I put that dorm? There it is. Well, I say beds. Well, you know, that's a little bit of a loose term, but it gets the job done. And I actually should grab some of those cooked steaks because they're better than the canned tuna. The canned tuna gets thirst back, but that's what we have water for. Just jam some steaks in my face. Now, the good news is you can take your empty water bottles and fill them up from the rain collector just fine. Like, honestly, as you can see, the beaner management really isn't too big a deal as long as you actually do basic management. Because now we're pretty much set for most of the rest of the next few hours, I think. There we go. Keep knocking more trees down. I'm doing this mostly, not even for the wood, but for the leaves. Because leaves are the only way I know of to make cloth right now, which is a little weird. You would think that we would pick up the long grasses and such we're seeing all over the place and do something with that too, but not really. Okay, that should be enough leaves to finish the cloth order I gave him, at least. Because that's going to be the annoying thing right now, is managing to keep them busy. Which may sound a little weird, but it's because making sure to have enough resources in there for them to actually do the job is the funky thing there. While also not taking away everything I need to build the things we're trying to build. Oh yeah. There should be arrows in that storage that I had him make. Yes. It messes with my head a little bit because I'm used to having my inventory on the left and the storage inventory on the right in most games. So our inventory being on the right keeps messing with my head a little bit. So if you see me putting things in the wrong direction, that's why. Because I get it a little backwards sometimes. And if you don't quick stack your arrows, it won't actually go into the correct slot, so you gotta be somewhat attentive of that. I could go out with the car, but I need to take down some more deer still, so we're gonna just take the ones that are right near the base. I do wonder / wish that we'll be able to move the base. Or at least build other bases. Is having everything based out of this one location probably not going to be the best. Like, especially since this is our starting location, I have a feeling that there's going to be things we're going to need further and further out. So that's slightly concerning. Oh, he keeps bumping into the car. That's what's making that noise. There we go, now we have a medical center. So people with medical skill can actually heal people, I think. Med storage. Oh yeah, and they can also make medical supplies as well. Very good, very good. That's why I was happy to see somebody with okay medical skill. And yeah, I queued up one steak too many, but I can fix that. I found more. Found more, as in, you know, found it in the bits of an animal. There's vehicle damage, as you can see, and you need a repair kit to fix that. Now, take note of the material requirements in this garage. Electronics, batteries, and scrap metal, which allows for customizing vehicles. The fact that you can customize them sounds interesting. I didn't actually manage to make the garage, so I don't know how good that customization is yet. But that's what we're gonna go find out. To do that, we're either gonna have to go buy the stuff or go back into town. And personally, I'm gonna go back into the town, because we spent most of our money hiring those jokers. And there we have one of the other zombie types. Real big boy over there. I don't know if I want to take that on. Hello. And that brings me to one of my complaints a little bit with this, is the sound design is a little bit problematic. Which I'd already pointed this out before, but I'm going to point it out again because it's on topic. The fact that there's no sound effect control. You only have master volume, music, and environment. Why is there no sound effect slider? So in order to not have gunshots be super loud, I had to kind of nerf my ability to hear anything around me. And even when I had it balanced a bit higher before, when I was doing my test, the zombie sounds are not particularly noticeable half the time. So I feel like those could be a little clearer. Like, I don't even know if you guys can hear the sounds they're making when I'm hitting them, for example. Because of what I had to do to make sure that gunshots weren't going to deafen me and everyone else. As you can see, as usual, getting mobbed, real dangerous in these situations. But completely workable. Even with getting spat on at the start of that. Ooh, she dropped a sight. That'll be great when we actually have a gun. Now, not every zombie's lootable, as you probably spotted as well. I don't know what governs whether they're lootable or not. I assume it's pure chance. Plus or minus whatever bonuses there might be. Hello, knife. 30 damage, 35. I mean, I assume the knife will be quicker, but shorter range. Cool it, yo. And you can hit the zombies after they're down, and it still shows hit numbers? So I don't know if the corpses are destructible or what. I sat there and hit a corpse for a little bit before, and nothing really seemed to come of it. You know, aside from things like that happening. I find it kind of funny that this random, like, trailer park area over here is more dangerous than the town we were in before. Like, that town had, like, a tiny smattering of zombies. This place is just flooding when I'm not looking. It might be that it's more dangerous at night, though. I haven't, like I said before, I haven't played this long enough to know entirely how the mechanics work yet. We're just kind of learning them as we go. Why is there a random arcade machine out here? I mean, it had car batteries in it, so that's great. Still somewhat confused by that. God damn it. Once again, couldn't hear them, so had no way to know they were approaching other than I should have guessed that they were going to approach when they were nearby. Because I think looting does make noise to them. Oh, son of a whore. I might actually die. I'm just not paying enough attention. Because I got so complacent both from my test and from how this had started. It's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. They never really managed to hit me that much. And then I took a lot of stupid hits at the beginning of this, and now here we are. Now you'll notice we don't have any healing items. So, that's a thing. I could make bandages, though. Which are just an immediate heal. Just, you know, munch down some bandages. There we go. You'll notice, though, that 30 health really doesn't heal that much. And here we have another car. This is where I found the first car I had used in my test. It was over in this little trailer park, which is the other reason why I'm confused at why it's so dangerous in here this time. But I suppose some of the generation is a bit random, probably. And it just happens to be much worse here in this reality. I got a wrench. And what's happening over here? Hang on. Okay. So, a notification pop up that I wanted to make sure wasn't anything I needed to worry about. I mean, you know what? I've been making bad enough decisions. Okay, noted. The hitbox around that tree is huge. Oh, wow. He was not as tough as I expected him to be. And we also learned that those explode. So that's something to be careful of. Now, you'll notice, though, that he exploded and made absolutely no noise. Like, you might think, oh, I didn't hear that because he must have it too quiet. No, I didn't hear anything either. Like, not even a quiet pah or anything, just nothing. Which is, once again, the sound design in this game is a little weird. But again, it's early access, and it's also a very cheap game. So, make sure to meter your expectations appropriately. Now, it does appear that zombies are respawning, because that whole side of the camp that we'd cleared out has zombies in it again already. Or more of them wandered over at some point, and I didn't notice. Which I guess could be a mechanic. They might be migrating zombies. There we go. We did gain a level, so I'm at the very least gonna back up for a moment to spend that without, at least hopefully without getting just jumped again. Yep. Speaking of getting jumped again, this is why you check your surroundings before you try to do things. Reload speed wouldn't be a bad idea, and at the rate I'm getting jumped over and over again, some extra health wouldn't be a bad idea. Weapon swap speed, probably the winner right now, though. Because we don't have a pistol, so that doesn't matter, and I don't know if reload speed actually applies to the bow or not. Theoretically, it should, because you are technically reloading, but that's always a bit of a crapshoot, so I'm not gonna take that as a, like, oh yeah, I'll be able to draw a bowstring faster. This is also a multiplayer game, by the way. I don't know what the player count limit is, because obviously I haven't tested that, and I don't recall there being one mentioned, but it's probably gonna be like a 4-player game if I was to make a guess. Yeah, I know. You have no leaves to do the thing with. I have no leaves to give you, so just forget about that idea. What do I even really want you doing? I could have you start making iron arrows for me. Arrows? No, that takes alcohol. I don't think I have that much gunpowder to be making explosive arrows either. No, I don't have gunpowder really at all. Rather than worrying about the garage, how much does this take right now? Go ahead and build us a furnace. I don't know if it's going to ask me to build the furnace later or not, but if we have the resources to make it, we may as well make it. So what I can do is assign this clown to the furnace for now, so he at least has a job. And he stops wandering around like a lost puppy in the middle of the base. I don't really think we have any use for things like the iron ingots and such yet, but like I said, it gives him something to do. It is kind of annoying that these are side by side but use different boxes. I feel like these could have just been the same box, just to save on having to use additional boxes. Here, make me bricks. And I know I spent some of the scrap metal that I need for the garage on that, but I'm not really that worried about that idea, so I'm sure I'll be able to find more. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering if you can run zombies over, the answer is yes. You gotta be careful now and then, though, because the ragdoll will get stuck in your wheels and it becomes a bit of an issue. And, you know, the obvious car takes damage concern as well. Like that. That was the ragdoll getting stuck under the car thing I was talking about. So, you know, be a bit smart about how you hit them, would be my recommendation. Just kind of like sideswipe them a bit. It'll probably mean that the car takes less damage, too. I should have made more bandages before I came over here, because we didn't heal at all. So I don't think you regenerate health in this game, now that I'm paying attention to that. In my test, I really hadn't taken damage much at all, aside from getting straight up mauled the one time, which is what I was talking about with the bandits you can encounter. Which, that ties into the sound design discussion I was bringing up before as well, but like I said, we'll actually properly get into that when we see bandits. Pants. They're not really any different from our current pants, except they're yellow. Another small backpack. We can make some decent money selling all that stuff off. Okay, I can't loot the gas pumps. That's mildly disappointing. You also can't, like, break stuff, from what I've noticed. Like, this bookshelf thing here, for example, doesn't really exist. That always makes me sad. I like to be able to break my terrain. But I also understand that on something a bit simpler like this, you probably don't want to worry about giving your players destructible terrain, because it turns into a whole little thing you have to develop and balance and everything. Banana. Okay, the barrels are not lootable either. So there went most of my ideas for how I was going to easily get more gas. There's probably just, like, gas tanks in containers, just like the tanks we bought. I wonder if those drop anything different than the deer. Not now. Worry about that later. Focus on the scrap metal and the mechanical bits. The briefcase isn't lootable either. Feel like they may want to make more things lootable in this game. Just a thought. Like, I'm a loot gremlin, so obviously I'm loot motivated, but at the same time I feel like people are going to be disappointed if too many things are non-interactable. Just on the basis of, especially things you'd expect to be able to loot. Those seem like they might be better. I mean, they're not especially different. Doesn't seem like there's armor or anything to worry about, at least not so far. Radiation protection from the gas mask. Well, that's concerning. Radiation is either a mechanic or just a damage type. Because it may even be that, like, the puke from the spitter might have counted as radiation damage for all I know. There's really not a way for me to know as of yet. You know, I get the distinct impression that this sign is a lie. I heard that this time. There's a zombie somewhere, just not actually immediately nearby, I guess. Probably on the other side of a wall. There we go, there's the other battery I need, so we're sorted on that. Yep, there's the zombie I was hearing. Come here, you. Okay, every now and then, I seem to be swinging through them, and I think it's because my crosshair moved off of them a little bit. No, I can't use the moped, or at least I guess not that moped. It'd be pretty funny to be just zooming around on a little moped. Me. What is that? Carrot seeds, okay. That'll be great for when I eventually actually can build the farm. Which I probably have the resources to do so, just I don't know that because the game is railroading me as far as what it wants me making. Which, you know, the objectives up there I'm sure are completely optional, but in the vein of learning the game, it makes sense to follow those objectives for the time being. It may also, like, give me a more meaningful objective at some point, rather than just, oh yeah, go build the next thing. Because, like, I assume it's having me build all the things that are kind of like the basic, sensible ideas in this game right now. Rather than skipping around and doing the smart things like I would normally end up doing. And I guess the reason why there's not as many lootable containers as you might expect is probably because of loose loot items like the ones we just pulled off those shelves. They're probably expecting you to look for those. I am glad I have a big backpack and that extra inventory space though, because look at all this loose crap we picked up. So many things. I also appreciate that on some vehicles you have to, like, open the hood and things like that in order to actually access the contents of it, instead of just, oh yeah, loot the car in general. Which, the whole loot the car in general thing is fine, because it makes sense. You just, like, open one door, sift through the whole car, or step by step. This is a very fancy door that I have no idea how to interact with, and might not even be able to interact with. Joke's on them, though. 'Cause I think that this area over here would lead around it. Except it doesn't work, so joke's on me instead. Here I was thinking I was being clever. When am I ever clever? The answer, the, like, 2 times my clever schemes actually work out. The other, like, 30 times in a row, though, it's not really a good look. Does the energy drink do anything special? Yeah, it gives instant stamina, so that's nice. Okay, so there are side quests as well that'll come up, probably from individuals. But this is why I was wondering about being able to build additional bases or such, because look at how much map there is. So this seems to be the entire game, is this map here. And we drove for a bit, and this is where we ended up. So there's a decent amount of ground to cover. How valuable covering any of that ground is? No idea. But again, metering expectations on the basis of the price of the game, and I don't know how much this crew has done before. Let me double check that while that's on my mind right now. This is listed as being developed by Tulpar Games, which I don't recognize. Well, they put out the free prelude version of this, which I had looked at, and that's it. So there's your answer. This is basically a first game for them. So again, makes a lot of the situation with this entirely reasonable. Honestly, the fact that this is 100% functional means it's pretty good for a first project. Like, I've not encountered any bugs with this particularly. A little bit of jank, but that's nothing unexpected of an early access game. And honestly, there's plenty of full releases, as we've all experienced, that have jank. Where did I park my car? I know I parked it on one of the more open streets. I just misplaced where said open street was. I know it was by the gas. There it is. I knew I made it easy to find. I just had to, you know, find it. Must have found the tools to repair the car, so that's great. I kind of just scooped up some of the things, so I must have found a car repair kit in there somewhere. I may as well eat this energy bar, just to get that loose item out of my inventory. We have enough to make the garage now. But I'm gonna go check to see if this car over here is drivable slash lootable. I like the look of this car more, but judging from the fact that there's wheels missing, I don't think it's particularly drivable. Could probably drive it on the spikes there, but I don't think it'd be a good idea. Yeah, home we go. Go build the garage and see what the game wants us to do after that. But the fact that this was gonna be a fairly chill game and a fairly peaceful stream is why I was saying that there might be a different game I played as we went. Oh yeah, by the way, the compass, kind of full of lies, so you gotta be kind of careful with that. Unless it's marking where another potential camp spot could be, which is possible. But you're better off using your quest marker to find your way home. Unless, you know, you actually remember your way. At which point, well done. Congratulations. You actually remember things for more than 5 minutes. Which ordinarily, I'm pretty good about. Lately, though, bleh. Okay, so let me go claim our wooden planks that I'm pretty sure are in here. No, I used all of them. Alright. You, make me planks. Make 30 of them, because I said so. You're not gonna have enough wood for it, but that's fine. I will make it so that you will have the wood you require by the time you get to the point where you'll run out. I do kind of wish that the NPCs would be a little bit more dynamic about their tasks, in that you could have them just be around and they would do things as needed instead of needing to assign them to spots. But from a coding side, I understand why they would rather do that than have to make this whole pathfinding AI and understanding of how to prioritize things and all of that. That kind of goes out of the scope of what this is a bit. Or at least out of the scope of what this seems to be. Like, obviously, I don't know the people that made this. I don't know what their intentions were. I can just guess based on what this seems to be. And with the scale that this seems to be on, I'm pretty confident that that level of management's going to be beyond what they really are too worried about doing. Like, obviously, that might grow to have this, or modders might make such a thing happen if this game takes off. Because this game's been out a few weeks, I think, at most now. I should have looked at the release date when I was checking on the developers. I'm a mess today. And I wish that wasn't... I wish that was the first time I've had to say that during one of these. But it really isn't. Yeah, it came out on the 23rd of last month. So, just under 2 weeks ago, I think? Because it's... yeah, it's the 3rd now, so... something like that, yeah. Be done making enough planks for me to make the farm now. And then I'll probably have Naomi go over to the farm instead of hanging around in the kitchen and accomplishing nothing. Speaking of accomplishing nothing, I see a certain somebody went to bed while I went and cut down the lumber he was gonna need. You fuck. Do your job. Fuck you. Lazy shit. Can't even punch him. Do everything my damn self. Can I jump over the fence? I can. Aha! Shortcut. Can I cut this down? No. Missed it. Missed it. Didn't miss it anymore. Night does fall rather abruptly in this game. There we go. Every now and then I fail to judge where the deer's gonna go. So my leading shots doesn't work out. It's real impressive when it does work, but boy do I look stupid until I get there, huh? I do appreciate that they don't just stop working when night falls. They just kind of keep whatever schedule suits their stamina. So many games where people just go straight to sleep the second the sun goes down, and I'm just like, why are you all useless? Why? There's plenty of time. Farm. Okay, they also gave us some seeds. Hobby space? Why the fuck would I want hobby space? Why do I care about you people? You should be busy enough doing the work I tell you to do. You don't need to have hobbies. Your hobby should be not dying in the zombie apocalypse. More accurately, not dying by my hand because you disappointed me too much. Anyway, Naomi, out of the kitchen with you. I have a better thing for you to do now. It's called go be a simple farmer. Wait, what do you mean the farm is full? What? How is the farm full? Why is the farm full? Who, what, when, why, how? Was it because I'm standing in it? Why is the farm listed as full? What? I'm getting the distinct impression something is not working correctly here. I guess maybe I have to run the farm right now? Except I can't seem to use those seeds, so... I don't understand. Is like, this increases food stock capacity when I upgrade the farm. But it doesn't, like, increase the amount of workers that are allowed on the farm. I guess go back to the kitchen until I understand why you can't go to the farm. The farm shows up in the list, so the farm should be something I can assign people to. Is only things that can be assigned to show up in the list. But it's defaulting to being full. So I'm slightly baffled by that. Maybe Naomi's the problem. You guys aren't that great at doing farming things, but now it still says full for you too. Okay. So maybe the farm's the problem. Maybe the farm is just broken. Which would be unfortunate, but not altogether shocking. Interesting that the base has a money stock. And a map and everything. Okay, that's a hospital, town, houses. Joe's Tavern was what was over there. I do like that there's some markers that you're shown. Like, I don't know where these markers came from. I don't know if it was, like, information from the people I'm working with or what. But it's interesting regardless. How much do I need to upgrade this? This is actually not that bad to upgrade. Okay. And I need this in order to be able to continue upgrading the other buildings. Sounds like the work out on the street has started properly, by the way. So if you start hearing heavy motor or tools going off, let me know and I'll see if I can adjust the noise gating a little bit to cut that down a little bit. Though the noise gate should be sufficient as it stands, because it's not super loud yet. I just can hear it. Actually, no, I want all my planks right now, because that'll allow me to just build this stupid hobby space and get that over with. See what that even means. Yeah, it gives them extra morale per day, which I assumed. I just don't know what the value of morale is in this game yet. But you might be thinking, it's like, well, morale is just a good thing to have, and it's like, well, sure, but mechanically I still don't understand it. You know, I'm not entirely sure this sign was placed correctly. can I... Hang on, now I need to know. Can I stand on the sign? Actually, I think I might be able to. I think I just missed. So hold that thought. Nothing's getting accomplished until I land on the toilet sign. Yes, no. Damn it. I don't think I can make it from the ramp. I think I do need to jump from where I was jumping from. Yes! Aha! Bug or feature, you be the judge. Interesting how the hobby space is where we put the toilets, by the way. Somebody's hobby is apparently shitting. So, you know, that's a thing. Which, you know, some of these people are shitters, so it makes sense. Hunting lodge seems like something I would want. And it's very cheap to make, so I'm surprised that wasn't one of the things they directed me to be making. I feel like that would be a better one to tell you to make. Lumberyard. All of these basic things that were completely overlooked by the objectives. Tailor. Armory. But now we've got jobs that'll be more productive for some of these clowns to do. And I knew about the mine already because we saw that before, so I'll go ahead and get that built. I'm slightly confused by this one, though, because I guess they bring the rocks here and break them, but where do the rocks come from? And in the end, that is not a question I'm going to worry about beyond asking that question once. Okay, so you get out of the furnace, and you currently get out of the workshop. I know one of them was very good at lumbering, so we're going to have him start cutting trees down. Yeah, you were really good at woodcutting. You're also pretty good at hunting. We just don't need hunting done right now. So you go cut trees down. And Elijah... You're... Actually, no, you're the one that's good at woodcutting. You're better at it. So... hold that thought. Before you make it all the way out there, get the hell out of the lumberyard. You're gonna go mine instead. Because honestly, if I have to sit there and do the crafting myself, that's fine. Because doing the crafting will probably take less time than going and getting trees cut down, breaking rocks and such myself. And we have enough money. I'm pretty sure I can just go hire more people as soon as I build up the dorm some more. Which needs command center level 2 and just some planks relative to what I'm carrying. Okay, so that's easy. I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Okay. Also, apparently I can throw glass bottles. I just realized. So that's a thing. Now, I was originally going to wait on going back to the town till I could hire new people. And by the town, I mean the shop. But I had a thought while I was sneezing. Specifically, I can go buy the materials I need in order to make the command center upgrade. And thanks to the fact that we have a car, it won't take me that long to get there and back again. If I was walking, I'd be more inclined to just go scavenge the material. Because it would be a shorter trip, theoretically, to where the place was. I also went to the wrong thing. Yep, I sure did go to the wrong thing. Oh, I may as well see if there's anything useful in here, since I already ended up here, because I'm bad at reading a map today. Oh, I can loot the computer. Just scrap that for parts, okay. Battery, okay, that's one of the things I needed, so that helps. But I think I need one more battery for the command center upgrade, and obviously I need 5 for the generator room. Which I don't even know why I want a generator room. We don't have anything that uses electricity. This place was kind of fucking bubkus. This is just Disappointment Alley over here. Won't be surprised if these trailers have more than that building did. Well, I was right. These trailers have more disappointment. Glad there's no zombies in these trailers, because boy, these camera angles are a thing. Oh, there we go. There's 2 of the circuits I need too, so that's gonna save me quite a bit of money. Accidental success, away! I'm glad I'm carrying gas on me though, because otherwise we would be in a bit of trouble here soon, because we're at half fuel. No need to hunt it if I just hit it with my car. Yeah, somehow I just had my directions way out of whack. And I'm still not going quite the right way. I need to go around the hill here. But this looks like it has potential to have things we want, including a new car. Because that car, the red thing over here, looks like it's actually functional. You can tell because it's designed a little bit differently than the stuff laying around. It kind of pops from the background a little bit. And, you know, the fact that all 4 wheels are attached are usually a good hint, too. But, like, so many of these buildings are just completely useless. And I feel like that's something they're really gonna want to work on fixing. Just populate more of the buildings with content. Because otherwise people are gonna stop even bothering with their buildings. And more to the point, probably more than a few people are just gonna be like, well, this game seems to have nothing in it, and then return it. Because all it would take is people hitting just a row of the wrong buildings, and they would get that impression rather easily. There we go. This is what we like best. I don't know if I care for the height of it at all, but it's otherwise much nicer. Here's the front door to this place again. I think I drove past it, considering where the Hat Man sign is. Yeah. We'll just park here. No gun zone. Get a load of you. What's your deal? Now I can't even check what she's good at because the camp population's full. Sad. Were you the one that sold electronic stuff? You are. Give me all of these. I have the money for it. Just give. So I know I'm gonna need them all for one thing or another. Now, if I close your inventory and reopen it, okay, you reset, I guess, like daily, probably. I assume you sell medical stuff, because I didn't talk to you before. Tangentially, you sell medical stuff. You sell mostly things that make medical stuff. I'll go ahead and sell my crap to you, because I'm going to be buying your pistol. Because I don't think I need to give backpacks and such to the people that are working for me. They don't seem like they need those kind of things. This is when I find out I'm wrong and they actually need those in order to be able to carry more than, like, 2 items, and I'm just sad. But, you know. Now we have a pistol. I'm not gonna bother buying the crossbow because the bow is still doing just fine. But I am gonna buy a handful of 9mm rounds because finding them, in my experience so far, has not been the best. Like, I have a couple, but I'll be going through that pretty quickly if I start actually using the gun. This does only mean we can hire only 2 people once we get the thing upgraded, but I'm pretty sure the upgrade's only going to get us like 1 or 2 more slots for people anyway. Just as a guess from the fact that it starts out only with 2 slots, it would only make sense for the upgrade to either double it or only give me 1 more. It'd be pretty wild if it went from like 2 to 5, maybe or even more than that. I should check out the garage and see what I can customize that with as well, but one thing at a time. Command center is where again? There's my depot, which I probably should work on making better as well. That's my medical tent. This is the problem with it being an automatic layout, is I have no attachment to where anything was put because it was placed automatically, for lack of a better way to put it. So I'm just like, yep, it's somewhere. Where is that somewhere? Somewhere. This is the dorm, which is what I need the command center upgrade for. But where the fuck is the command center? There it is. I need more planks and a bit more scrap. Okay. Oh yeah, I never did assign you guys. You, at the very least, were never assigned to what to break. So just go nuts on stone for me, buddy. Just go crazy. And I'm assuming probably this guy doesn't know what to do either, and that's why he's just standing around like a lump. Yep. Even though the only thing he can do is get wood logs. He's like, well, but do you actually want me getting wood logs, though? Or do you want wood logs? Or maybe logs made out of wood, perhaps? I swear. You know what else would be really nice? A sort button for my inventory. And there might be one, and it's just not obvious, so I'm not seeing it. But just a sort button just to put all of this to the top so it's all cleaner would be fantastic. I don't know if wrenches have a purpose or if they're just to sell at this point. That cleans up some of the inventory space. I also should be putting at least some of my rocks in here because they can be converted into bricks more readily in the forge. It doesn't seem like that particular thing matters that much. Just quickly manually move all this stuff up so it's not a case if I forget there's things in my inventory because they're all the way down there. Yeah, I know. I am super tired because I've been running all night. Make room, people. I'm coming in. Interesting how I get a full sleep and they have not finished sleeping yet. Lazy bastards. A lot of them. Let's see. It was scrap I needed now, right? Yeah, scrap and planks. Let's see what kind of production rate they're working with here. Before he fell asleep. 6 whole logs, huh? Way to go, buddy. I'm so proud of you. How about you, Rockman? How you been doing over here? Have you attacked Dr. Wowie? You have. Well done. Like, the only one I can't be upset with right now is Naomi because she has no work to do. I've given her nothing to do. Because there's nothing for her skill set to do right now unless I want her to pointlessly cook meat that nobody needs. Actually, is her crafting skill at least acceptable? Because if it is, I may have her move over to doing the crafting for me. Yeah, her crafting skill's actually not bad. So come over here and make the planks for me. While the other two will break rocks and cut trees. Yeah, because the camp food is honestly still doing just fine. They don't seem to consume at a particularly high rate. Then again, I also gave them a lot of steak to work with. Because, you know, I cut a good chunk out of the deer population in the local area. They do seem to be consuming a decent amount of water, though. Like, it's a good thing I don't really need to refill my water right now, or they're gonna start having problems. Type decent amount. I don't know what the advantage to depot storage specifically is. Like, you would think that's where they would bring all their stuff to, but they all have individual boxes at each of the places. So I'm just kind of confused by that. Like, I feel like that's a bit redundant. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. Inbuilt redundancy just means I have to worry about it less. But like I was saying, it just remains slightly weird. Yeah, if I'm waiting on her to make the planks, we are going to be waiting a good long while. I don't know if I can work on it at the same time she does and make it go faster. That would be helpful. But at the very least, while she's gone, I may as well work on it, and then I'll go get scrap while she does her job. Okay. She's on her way to do her job, so I'll leave her to it. Okay, the garage makes car repair kits. That's expected. Maybe I need to bring the car over to this and then I can customize, maybe? Oh, the farm actually made an extension off the side here, too. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together on that. So the door is backwards. It's saying what state it's in instead of what state that the input will make it be. So that's a thing. Anyway, back to getting to my car, which I should have just walked through the interior of the base to get to my car. But, you know, I don't always make the best decisions. Then we'll bring it around to the garage and see if there's actually anything I can do with it. And then we'll go scrap things. So looking at it, getting the car into there to try to work on it might be... Oh, nope, that does work. That is exactly what that does. Okay. We can upgrade the engine. Ooh. This thing's already a little bit squirrely, though. I'm not sure I want... I can change tire sizes and things like that, though. Oh, no. I don't know if they realize what kind of mistake they've made by allowing nonsense like this to be done. Because, you know, we can just do something like this. Like this. Like, it doesn't make a massive change with just that alone. But I think y'all start to get the idea of the kind of shenanery that could happen if more of those sliders were available. Oh, there we go. We can do the height too. Just lean the whole thing forward. There we go. I thought it was going to be more significant changes, which is why I got spooked as to how much of an effect I could have on that and how much of a disaster I could make. Let's go ahead and get the better lights as well, because they're probably going to be helpful. Let's go ahead and crank up the metallic color on this boy. Like, this is already pretty much the colors I would want it to be, so I have no need to change most of this. There we go. Oh, even with just one engine upgrade, this might be slightly too fast now. Bonk. We'd be zooming, though. And it carries more gas than the other car did, too, because it goes for 50 liters instead of 25, so that's great. We could check out the hospital. That might be interesting. I say knowing full well that this might lead to my death. Meh. At the very least, we can go, like, take a look out the edges of it and see how bad it is. Yeah, those zombies are just taken right out. Bunk. Bunk. Don't even have to have high speed, just tap them with car and they die. Me bunk. I don't know how well hitting the big guy is gonna go, but I feel like I have to try. Oh, that did some damage to the car. Oh, that did some damage to the car. Okay, let's not do that again. That was not a good idea. We'll just do that instead. And that's, of course, gonna piss off every zombie in a country mile radius, but, you know. Like this one right here. Yeah, the fact that my animation sometimes cancels itself is a bit weird. But having the pistol's why I'm like, you know what, we can go look over here. I'm sure it'll be okay. Ooh, it explode. They really want me getting 308 ammo, apparently. Which is something I'd be absolutely down for if I could find a weapon that uses it. Oh, I can use the van as well, huh? The van carries even more gas, has a bit more durability. But it's a van. I mean, a van would be the smarter choice. Like, not even a question, 100% smarter choice in a situation like this to use the van in terms of carrying capacity. Look at me, I'm one of you. Don't get me, I'm like you. Doesn't seem like that worked. This car's been here a while with all the plants growing through it. Huh. Weird. How dangerous is the interior of this hospital? I say as I immediately head to the exterior because I realize the ambulances might be lootable. Doesn't seem too outrageous. Like, obviously, there's higher end zombies in here since it's mostly military guys, it looks like. And reminder, if you need one, there is a flashlight. The place really ain't that dark, though. So... I hear a lot of bad on the other side of the wall from me. Probably coming my way. No? There's just a lot of zombies on the other side of that wall, I guess. MRI. Ooh, I can loot that. For things that really didn't seem like they made sense for where I looted that from, but what do I know? Is it still fully loaded? No, it wasn't. Good thing I checked. My bow is out of arrows. It's definitely upsetting just constantly hearing zombies right now. I would rather see them rather than constantly hearing them. This room is just bubkiss, huh? Great. Love that. Love rooms that have absolutely fuck all in them. There's all this clutter, and none of it is real. Like, all of it is just exactly that, clutter. This offends me. Do not anger the loot gremlin by giving him lots of empty things. I'm here for my appointment. Don't ignore me. I'm here for my appointment. I was told to be here at 3 o'clock. I know it's an hour late, but you know, the doctor wasn't gonna see me for an hour anyway, so I figured I'd just cut to the chase. Now, does this remind you of who I am? Okay, never mind. I was going to shoot him, and then I remembered I don't have a lot of bullets. I'm beginning to think all the zombies are above me. Yeah, nope, there's one. It is kind of weird how we can just stun lock zombies. Like, not even by hitting them in a particular way either. It's just like, I'm swinging my axe wildly in your general direction. You can do nothing to me. It's a little strange. But again, like I was saying, that's why I think this would be good as somebody's, like, first time playing this genre of game. It might give you some bad habits, but it helps introduce you to the concepts. And you can learn your way out of those bad habits when you play more difficult ones. Like I said, there's always a place for that. So I think that's a valuable position that something could occupy. And every now and then you want just a goofy, chill game to play. Car repair kit? Always good, especially since I parked my car so close to this place. It might get chewed on a bit while I'm in here. I don't know if they actually care about cars. I also, you know, kind of cut my car's health in half, slamming it into a boomer. which in this day and age has multiple connotations, and but you know, sometimes things happen. Such a collection of wrenches now. I'm carrying 12 wrenches in my pocket right now. Speaking of the weird things you can carry, but you can't put a backpack on any other way than directly on your back. Excuse me, sir. I seem to be lost. Hey, pay attention. Well, just beat that man down. I kind of expected him to at least be able to turn around before I pummeled him to the floor. Turns out, not so much. You know what, this is a safe spot. I'm gonna open a drink right quick. Un momento. I knew the can opening would be kind of loud, that's why I just muted so nobody gets surprise can sound. This seems to be slightly in the way. Was I in here already? Yeah, this was the one I was in already, so how did I not notice that on the way out? Huh, weird. I'm so not used to the games like this having no durability mechanics to worry about either. I keep half expecting this axe to just snap in half in my hand. Hey, something here was lootable. Saw it. Oh, was it this? Even though the prompt appeared on my left? I have looted something through the wall before in this game, so that's kind of why I just paused and went, "Mer?" for a second. Is like, maybe that was something just lootable through the wall? We have found a decent amount of scrap in here. Not quite enough for what we're aiming for yet, but it's still a big step in a good direction. Would be a much bigger step if more of these things were lootable, but, you know. I can only rag on that for so long before it ceases having any meaning. I want the dog. Give dog. Give. You can hear me pressing the button. Give. All kinds of teddy bears, hula dancers with instruments. Can't have any of them. Just can't have nice things. Okay, we've circled all the way around through the bottom floor. Or at least on from the right. Apparently, I didn't go in a complete full circle. I must have just went in a full circle of the back, probably. The doctor will see you now. You have been seen. No, I think we did go in a full loop. Some of them just wandered in from outside, I think, and repopulated, because I recognize all these rooms. Did I read this room? No, I didn't. I'm starting to recognize what the lootable objects are. Now that explains where this noise was coming from. Things just got a bit more peaceful in here. You know, just find a wrench inside of a battery. I'm sure that's safe. What could possibly go wrong by storing your wrenches inside batteries? You know, for all that this was marked as a notable location on the map with a skull and everything, I kind of expected more out of this. Was that a fish? Yep, that sure was just a fish in the vending machine. Okay. We're in there before. Yeah, now we've come full circle. Okay. Yeah, because we kind of ended up in a half circle because I cut through the middle of it by going through the interior rooms. Where was the stairs? Were there stairs? No. Those stairs don't seem to go anywhere, so that's not great. Was I just assuming there were going to be stairs in this place since it was so tall? And there is not actually, in fact, any stairs? Because I thought I saw stairs, other than the broken ones. The broken ones that obviously go quite literally nowhere. Nope, that's just me seeing inside my own head. Never mind. I thought I saw through the ceiling for a second there, but no. That's just me seeing what goes on in my own mind, which is a concerning thing. Trust me when I say, no one wants that. When you offer a penny for my thoughts, you may want to have that penny back. Yep, it's just doing that again. Okay.
Beep, beep.
Exactly, ABC. Just run all up and down this whole place. How you been doing today? As I'm just running through this now empty hospital trying to figure out if there's any other stairs. So the fact that I hear like no zombie growling anymore makes me kind of suspicious that I've cleaned it out. Because I feel like I'd be hearing more noises if there was a second floor. An actually existing second floor. So I think we just leave. I think we've done our damage here. Where'd my car go, though? There we go. I forgot I parked it a little further back for safety. Go ahead and repair it with the repair kit we found as well, and we'll be in business. We already checked these. Off we go. I just repaired it. You know what would be a great idea? Hitting more zombies with it. Quack, quack, quack. Hee hee. Danger donuts. Whee! I'm just gonna keep spinning around, and if you walk into my car, it's your own fault. I seem to be drifting away, though, because of the way I'm bumping the street, though, so it wasn't working the way I wanted it to, because I was fully intending to actually hit him. Ah, well. Sir, cease. Yeah, because as long as you dodge, like, at all, as you see there, they can't really get you, even when they come at you in a group. You just gotta pay even the slightest bit of attention to your surroundings, and you're basically untouchable. Which isn't a bad thing, like I was saying before. Both as a first developer project and as somebody's earlier experience with the genre, both would be a good way for this game to be seen. I know that's supposed to say where is God, but I just see it saying whore God, and I just don't know what to do with that statement. I'm just gonna leave that sentence in the air, and people can do with that information what they will. Turns out the fence does block my bullets. Hi, guys. You're a little upset about me taking down the big man, huh? You know what? Fair enough. I might have made a little bit too much noise by shooting there. Because now I'm running out of stamina. Now it's finally actually a problem. This is what you'd want to have the, like, the energy drinks or the energy bars on your quick use buttons. So you'd get your energy back immediately. So that got dicey because I did a stupid thing. But notice how, even in a situation like that, not doing anything special, we came out of that still fine. It got spooky for a second, but that was the extent of that. There we go. We found the biggest backpack, apparently. So that's, I guess, the extent of your carrying capacity. Which, that's still a lot. Considering you can just carry stacks of things, I think that would be a pretty good amount of inventory space on the whole. I think, was 20 scrap all I needed, or was it 25? I feel like it was 20 for the command center upgrade, but I might need more for the dorm. I don't remember what the requirements for the dorm were anymore. I should have written them down or something, but I didn't. Can I craft while I'm in the car? Just driving my invisible car while sitting in my really visible car. Do 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 do. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Did that actually heal me like it was supposed to? Yes. Okay. Every now and then, if you're in something that has a different health bar, games will glitch out and you won't actually get healed, because it'll try to heal the thing that you're in, even though it can't. Quiet in the library. What do you mean I'm not in the library? Quiet anyway. Prices? You know, I really figured a big, like, shed like that, like either like a, I guess you'd call that like a small warehouse building or storage unit or something. Either way, I would have figured something like that would have had some metal scraps or something in it instead of being completely dead empty. But that's the one thing that's getting me with this game, like I said before, is all of this space where loot could be, but there's nothing. It's just empty. There is still a solid framework here. It just needs more in it. Or, at the very least, it needs more in it for somebody like me. I can't guarantee that everybody would want more. Especially if you don't happen to find a larger backpack, I could definitely see how somebody's inventory would end up getting overwhelmed instead if there was a lot of lootable things. But I'm one of those people that would rather have his inventory overflowing than feel like there's not enough for me to pick up to accomplish what I'm trying to do. But I'm also, at this point, kind of spoiled by games that provide a lot of items. And I fully acknowledge that. That's not to say that scarcity is a bad thing, it just means the thing that it ends up doing is it extends gameplay time, which isn't a bad thing, but it depends on what you're going for at the time. Like, if you want it to last a while, then extending gameplay time's great. If you are in a hurry to get things done, it can provide itself as a nuisance instead. Which is why a lot of games of this type provide settings, which, you know, this is early access, and they're, as far as I could tell, relatively new developers, so asking for piles of settings would be a bit much. But I can dream. And as it goes, it'll probably start gaining some features like that. How many of them? Who knows? I don't think I've been in here yet. No reservations. There we go, there's level 7. The level rate in this isn't terrible. It's a little on the slow side, especially for earlier than level 10 leveling. I'm gonna have to head back though, because I'm about to be at maximum tired. Food and drink is fine because we've got piles of steaks on us and a few bottles of water. But I see that zzz and I'm concerned. But I think we hop in the car and go home so we can sleep. Which that's gonna be, if that's gonna remain a limiting factor for this game, that is something to consider. So let me check something, because when I assumed what energy meant, I might have been wrong. Okay, yeah, that's the energy meter, not the stamina meter down there then. Okay. So that's not the limiting factor I was worried it was then. Because otherwise you were going to start either needing to bring a bed with you, or now you're going to have to just pound back energy drinks just like real life in order to keep working longer. There's a blinky light over there. Let's see what the blinky is. It's a car, as you might imagine. If I didn't already have this thing, this would be probably one of the cars I would want, because this is pretty nice. Nice, simple, good, subtle gray color. 100%. So this thing here. Oh, this also works? Oh, hell yeah. Can I actually tow things with it, though? It would help if I got in the driver's seat, wouldn't it? Because if I can tow things with this... Oh, boy. Oh, I can! Yes! Now, you might be wondering why I'm cackling about that. It's not because of what I'm doing right now. It's because of what I can end up doing. Especially if this gets enough play that people will play this in multiplayer. Being able to tow cars around in multiplayer would be very funny. Especially if you could tow a car that somebody's sitting in. Just seize control of their car and just start dragging it away somewhere. Or just to be a nuisance. It would be very funny. Now, mind you, this also lends itself to breaking things pretty badly depending on how the code for the towing works. Especially if there's a reality in which if two tow trucks can attach to the same car. Is if you like attach a tow truck to the front and back of this car, for example, one of three things would happen. One, the tow cable on one of the tow trucks would fail. Because the tug of war would just not work out. Two, the car would be ripped to shreds, which is arguably the most likely answer because tow cables are usually pretty strong. And the undercarriages of cars, not necessarily as much so necessarily. Three, the game obliterates all of the above in a horrific fashion because it doesn't know what to do with the connections there. All of which would be very entertaining, to me at least. Apparently I cannot modify the tow truck though. That makes me sad. Unless maybe it's because the other car is too close or something. Make sure that that still even works. Maybe I broke something. Also, I think I did damage my car dragging it home. No, that's still modifiable here, so maybe just the tow truck's not modifiable. That's a pity, because as you might have imagined, I was going to see if I could modify the towing strength. And if you're wondering what the idea behind modifying the towing strength would be, it mostly attaches to what I was just talking about before, where I could potentially, like, rip a vehicle in half. For fun. Okay, it just goes into rifle damage. You know what I'm not seeing, though, so far in the damage trees? Bow damage. You would think the first thing you would gain after melee damage would be bow damage, since that's... Well, technically, the bow is the first weapon you use in this game. So, you know, that weirds me out a little bit. It's not really a problem, it's just a little strange. And to have this all be condensed on one tree also feels a little weird, but that, for the way this game is, that makes sense at least. Because, you know, in most cases there'd be multiple trees where you would specialize in those things rather than just, oh yeah, in the tree somewhere there's SMG, assault rifle, etc., etc. In seemingly no special order, but I assume it's probably in the order that you would be getting those in. Okay, wanted to make sure that that does not in fact allow you to customize this. I'm probably gonna take the red car out. I was debating initially bringing the tow truck out as my primary vehicle so I could drag other vehicles back in case I die. And then be able to have a selection of vehicles to use. But by the same token, I could just then go take the tow truck out and go get the red car back. And the tow truck is slower than the red car, so... queue up more planks since we have an endless supply of wood coming in and from the logging camp. I think that's enough planks to make the upgrade. I know, I'm ignoring the generator room, but like I was discussing, what the fuck am I gonna use a generator room for? Right now, as far as I can tell, nothing. Da-na-na-na. Now I can make my other upgrades. But I think enough times passed that the people I was going to hire in the thing are probably gone. I think they reset daily. But I don't know that. I'm just making assumptions. They are actually eating through a decent amount of food, so having one of them do hunting might not be the worst idea. See if any of them are actually good at it when I go grab the new people. First and foremost, though, dorm upgrade. What do I need for it? Okay, I did remember right. Sweet. There's the dorm upgrade so I can fit more people in the camp. I might want to look into a rain collector upgrade too, though, because our water has been an issue the entire time. And that just needs a little bit of cloth. Sweet. That's easy. This is starting to take off now that I got a couple upgrades in. It's just flying. Because, you know, now that some things are getting automated, now it actually moves. There we go, 2 water an hour. That's probably still not enough to keep up with the requirements we're gonna have, but it's at least better. Yeah, because it was actually almost empty. And unfortunately, I can't really add water to this because I don't have much water on me. Water's really gonna be an issue. What is our overall camp capacity now? I don't know. Okay, we have 6 population capacity, so it actually upgraded more than I thought. Remember when I said 5 might be silly? Turns out, I'm the silly one. Ooh. The camp as a whole seems to have upgraded too. I didn't notice that till now. The whole place is actually built out of clean boards now, and it's got barricades up. Neat. I appreciate that as you make the camp better, the whole thing kind of improves. To show that you've actually done something. That's a good touch. Unless that was purely off the command center and I didn't notice it, which, either way, it's a good thing. Am I going the right way? Nope, sure ain't. I turned around too much again. Better. There we go. You know, I should have guessed because I can see the sign from here. Which I will say, the draw distance is pretty good in this game. You can actually see pretty far. And it performs reasonably well, which you might be saying, well, it doesn't look that great, so why wouldn't it perform? Need I remind you of some of the games that have looked worse than this, that have run worse than this? Okay, good. The same people are still here. Or at least the same models. We'll see if their skills are the same. Because there was definitely some skill sets I seem to recall seeing that I wanted in here. Actually, no. There was no way I could have told what skill sets they had because we couldn't check them. Right. I think I just wanted to believe that there was good skill sets here. And told myself lies. Actually, do you sell water? So I might just buy some extra water. But you, old man, do you sell water? You do. I'll just buy your whole stock. Give me all of that. Because what I can do is boost the water supply a bit and make sure that we don't run out. What do you do? You're a very good miner. But I've already got somebody mining who I don't think has anything incredible to do otherwise, so... Yeah, you're the guy who sells rock and stone. What's your deal? You are a max level farmer, which would be great if I could get my farm functioning, but... you're actually pretty good at crafting too, though, so I think I will take you. Welcome to the team. How about you, Farmer Joe? Farmer Joe is not good at farming. What do you know? You're actually not especially good at, like, anything, except you're pretty good at crafting. Okay, come on. Come along. You know, I'd come up on the stage and tell jokes, but really, a lot of you are the joke here. Anyway. You know, I should have put 2 and 2 together about what this was sooner, and I'm just not going to discuss that. The scene there explains itself well enough. I don't need to tell anybody what that was. Anyway, let's go get our two new people acclimated. And hope that they restock on people soon so I can get 2 more. Yeah, I did get one of the deer. Which is a lot better than your car would normally come out of a collision with a deer, so... that's a thing. Before I get distracted, I want to take some of the water I bought and put it in the rain collector. Is what I can do as soon as I open the right menu to do so. Keep 5 for myself. Is there's a deposit button. So I put 3 liters of water in. Which the fact that it was empty when I got here means I might have needed to get more water than that. So that's a little concerning, but one problem at a time. One problem at a time. Rebecca, you are really good at farming. Is the farm actually open right now? No, of course it still is not functional. I don't know how to make that functional. So, you're decent at... no, your crafting's better than your cooking. So I feel like it wouldn't be right to put you on cooking duty. Naomi, your cooking is better than your crafting, so get out of the workshop, because you were only there because you needed something to do. Daniel, your crafting's also quite good. Your hunting is terrible. Are any of you a good hunter, actually, on that note? You've got 4. You've got 6. And your mining's not blowing my mind right now. So you go ahead and go hunt. And I'll have somebody else do the mining. Sure, your mining is the same as the other guy's was, so you might end up being the miner. Because you've got 7 wood cutting, but that's not higher than the one doing the wood cutting right now. Still leaves you as a question mark. But oh yeah, you were gonna go into the workshop to replace the other one. So that solves all of that then. There we go. So that puts all of them to work. The problem is, she's probably gonna still spend a lot of time standing around here in the kitchen because of the fact that I'm not doing that much to bring food here. I've mostly just been dumping ready-to-go food for them. But I did just bring a handful of things they can cook, so... Cook the chicken. They can't seem to make use of the rabbit, so that's unfortunate. I already forgot how many steaks I brought here. 14. Okay. Get to work on cooking all those. I didn't bring any eggs, so I can't have them making omelets. I have the mushroom bowl. Because, like, I've barely run through the amount of steaks I'm carrying on me, so I don't need all of these food items I found. So that'll help keep them going. You can have the sodas as well in the hopes that that helps with the thirst issue in the town. Okay, so that takes care of that. You're still doing a great job cutting logs, so here, make more. Just keep making more. Never stop making more. Speaking of never stop making more, make some of that, make some more of those. We don't really need rope at the moment that I know of. There's an argument to be made for making a rebar weapon, and for me. It'd probably be better than the axe. Yeah, it's not that expensive, so go ahead and make me a rebar or bit as well. Oh, do you not have any leaves? God damn it. Here, have leaves. I only gave them a handful of cloth to make because I'm like, oh, there's probably enough leaves for that. I'm sure it'll be fine. This just in. It was not, in fact, fine. I'm gonna take some of the odds and ends I threw in here back so that there's storage space. So I probably should just sell the hunting knife. I should have sold some of these wrenches too, probably. Let's see. Rebar needed. Oh, the rebar needs iron. I don't have iron. That's not happening. I wondered why it was so strong, but looked like it was very cheap. Make me a bat instead, because the bat will still be an improvement. And we have enough planks for that. And especially with her making me more planks. Okay, out of leaves. Go ahead and just stop that and go back to plank making. And looks like mining's run out of rocks again. Which actually, I should probably have this start doing iron ore now that we actually know of a reason to have iron. Yeah, go ahead and make me 35 iron ore. I wish I could give these guys like secondary workstations to go to, so that they, again, have a purpose without me having to hound after them. We're once again back in need of scrap metal. Which is gonna mean I'm gonna need to run out again, probably. Oh wow, this dorm actually looks livable instead of a bunch of pallets on the floor. Let me check what the furnace can do, though. Can this actually... No, this can't make scrap metal. Which I didn't figure it could, because it wouldn't make any sense. But I was hoping. I could upgrade this for more worker capacity. Upgrading this for more worker capacity wouldn't be a bad idea either, but it's not necessary at the moment. Armory, if I had scrap I could make right now. Same with the tailor. This I assume would just get worker capacity. Yeah. Oh yeah, you need to be assigned to actually... Oh, you could get berries. So it's a hunting and gathering lodge rather than purely hunting, but just make a stupid amount of steaks for me. Half hour to get 100 steaks, that's fine. It's a pity that I can't, like, have them collecting from each other, it seems. Otherwise, I would just assign a crazy amount of steaks over here to be utilized, which I can still do that. I'll just have to move the steaks over myself as time goes and make sure the steaks get produced. Well, yeah, of course I'm getting tired. I've run like 7 laps around this camp doing all of the work for everyone. Don't ask how I'm eating and drinking these things through the gas mask. It's mostly for show. Let's see. We are actually gaining water now, it looks like. which is weird considering I added more people. Okay, it needs iron and bricks in order to be upgraded to the next level. I'm probably just gonna shunt you back and forth at need between the furnace and your current job. I need to keep the axe on me though, so I can keep cutting trees. Otherwise, I'll not be able to cut a tree when I need to, and I'll look like an idiot. Really could do with some more arrows, so make me a 75 arrows. That should keep you busy for a while. Honestly, she crafts pretty quick, considering she went through all of those. How much? Yeah, it takes wood and iron ore. Iron ore is expected, and the wood makes sense because it's got to cook somehow. I don't know why I threw this extra backpack in here. Probably because I wasn't going to the shop yet, so I didn't want to carry it around. How did you do on iron ore? Doesn't look like you've done much, but you've got 10, and that's good enough for now. I'll grab the rocks as well. Like, there's definitely a lot of busy work available. And I don't say busy work as a negative thing, because games like this kind of need some busy work, otherwise you run through everything that's available in them before you know it. And that's not really a good thing. It takes 2 each, so that would be exactly what I need for the one upgrade, though, I think. And everybody's sleeping, so I'll just get this done myself. Like, this gets off to a less than impressive start, but I do see potential here for it to become just enough to be a very good entry in the genre. I don't know if that's coming off quite the way I intend it to, but the point is, that's meant to be a positive statement. There we go. Upgrade the rain catcher again. Because water seems to be the big issue here. Okay, that's the highest level it can get to as well. Big water tanks. Okay. See how our hunting's going. Not amazingly, judging from the fact that he has gotten me 9 steaks. But, still progress. Pay no mind to the bucket of chicken heads that was next to his station. It's fine. There we go, this way she's actually doing something. You really did all of that already, huh? Fine, you know what? You managed to do that. Here, get that done, smart guy. 500 logs, get on it. Oh god. Yeah, it was scrap metal I needed for the armory, right. Do I even have anything left for you to do here? Stone plank is a strange phrase as well. Now that I actually acknowledge that. We don't have nails, so I couldn't make the nail bat. How are we doing on wood? Because I could always do it with more arrows. Not enough for me to really want to go nuts with that. But 75 arrows should be enough for me for now. I know that may sound absurd, but you've seen how fast I can fire those arrows out. Okay. So, just remains a question of, as far as maintaining the camp itself goes, fixing the farm. That for some reason just doesn't do its job still. Planks and cloth. Okay. We have the planks, but cloth is proving to be an issue. Of all the things to be problematic, leaves are an issue. And I don't know how to solve that problem. I was figuring the lumber yard would be the way to solve that because you'd be having them actively, you know, cutting trees down and getting logs and leaves. But they don't. Which would then mean that the farm would logically be the way you get leaves, which is the thing that's the problem at the moment. So I'm not really sure what to do with that right now. Other than be upset about it. And, you know, the other part of having to go get the leaves myself in order to have them make cloth. But the other side of that coin is we can just get cloth by killing zombies and scavenging and such. So it's not a major ordeal. It just feels like a weird thing to have be the problematic part of your material chain. Because you would figure leaves wouldn't be a hard thing to come by. They're not really like a unique enough resource to be something you would consider to be a problem. But the fact that we get as many leaves as we do logs from a tree kind of leads to that being the issue, because there's a lot more than 9 leaves on all these trees. But apparently we are such a ham-fisted nightmare that we are destroying most of the leaves when we cut a tree down somehow. That's a sentence now that I think about it. Ham-fisted nightmare. Because my brain being the way it is, I immediately think of this weird creature with hams for hands, and, well, welcome to another peek into why my brain is the way it is, and why I don't vocalize a lot of the things that appear in my brain. Because people might begin to become concerned. Or, for those that know me already, more concerned. So I'm pretty sure everybody that knows me is already kind of concerned about my mental state to begin with. And if they're not, I probably should be more worried about them. Oh, and if you're wondering about character customization, I didn't really see any options for it. So I think you just are this man, and that's your life. That's probably something that would, again, come with later updates. Since this is, again, of course, a game that's been out for, like, 2 weeks. I also do feel like the cloth recipe is a bit expensive with being 5 leaves for 1 cloth. And again, I know that sounds like a crazy sentence. Saying 5 leaves is expensive. But in the end it is, because that's the thing that I'm running out of. Advanced... Oh, maybe I need the advanced vehicle customization, or I'll be able to upgrade the tow truck. Maybe that counts as an advanced vehicle. I also probably should turn off the 7 days to die extension, because I just realized that's been sitting there and it might be confusing people. So let me quickly do that. There we go. Now that's off screen. Not that it mattered particularly, because it wasn't gonna do anything if people touched it, but this way it's not on people's screens anymore. If it was even working well enough to be visible right now. Who knows? Now we have the cloth we need to do things. So that makes the tailor. What does the tailor do for me? Like, obviously the tailor makes clothes, but what kind of things does it make? Okay, it makes all of the basic clothing of the game, as you'd expect. And it would be your way to get the medium backpack if you didn't find it. Okay. That's probably just gonna rot. Unless I wanted to have, like, a clothing shop that I would then sell the clothing to the vendors through. Which that would be a pretty good way to make money, probably. Yeah, I know, you have no steaks left in order to make more steaks with. There you go, more steaks. Get those cooked. I have the rabbit that they can't do anything with. My bitrate has gone to hell in a handbasket, according to Twitch. But I've dropped no frames, so theoretically we should be okay. I'm gonna give the dashboard a kick right quick to see if it normalizes. Yep, it's fine, just the dashboard did a dumb. As it does. So the main reason I even bothered to check that, once I saw that, is the fact that there have been occasional issues with Twitch again, from what I was hearing. Which, you might say, when isn't there issues with Twitch? And you'd be correct to say that. But I have to keep an eye on it because I don't want anything ruining your viewing experience more than dealing with me already does. Planks, because that'll allow me to do the things I want to do. I need to go get a bunch of scrap in order to do that thing. Yeah. Before I do that, though, what was it that I needed for the farm? Yeah, I have enough for the farm upgrade, so let's upgrade the farm and see if I can finally put somebody in it now. See if it unbugs it when it gets upgraded. There's a bunch of equipment here. Nope, farm is still full. Even though there's no one in it, the farm is still full. This infuriates me. Because that basically means that this farm is completely useless. And this game doesn't have, like, a demolish prompt or anything that I know of. So it's not like I can demolish the farm to fix that. Like, demolish it, rebuild it to see if it unbugs it. At the rate she's crafting everything that I ask her to, I don't feel like I need to upgrade this to have another worker on it. And as far as I know, upgrading it doesn't give me more recipes. But maybe it does? I don't know. Like, it's not exactly an expensive upgrade either. See, it says advanced craftsman already, and then it still says advanced craftsman there, so it doesn't seem like it has a difference. I would presume that it's more likely that the armory will give me new recipes. You know, if I really wanted an easy way to make a lot of food, all I'd have to do is this. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. That's like 20 plus steaks just for driving my car 5 feet. Just for some reason, this herd of deer remain here next to this camp, even though a large portion of the population has been getting wiped out by being near here. But this definitely means I shouldn't need to worry about the camp being able to feed itself. I'll be adding 23 steaks to the pool, and they're already sitting on 40, now 50 steaks, so I think they'll be okay. I don't think they need eat me around right now. Debatably, I should have grabbed some of the water out of the camp supply before I left. But I have energy drinks, so I'll be fine. In fact, I'll just switch to that because I need to keep my energy meter up anyway. Do I have another vehicle repair kit? I don't. I do, however, have gas, so let's top off our gas before we go anywhere. I'll quickly drive back closer to the camp because I want to go over to the side that has the garage on it and see if I can make a vehicle repair kit. I know it says car repair kit, but there are things that aren't cars that we use, so I'm gonna try to keep my brain using... Oh, it needs 10 scrap. Nope, I'm better off just trying to find one then. Because scrap is the other biggest issue I have in terms of material. I could try to go buy some from the store, but I feel like that'd be silly. Let's head over to Hilltown. See if that does anything for us. Because going to the hospital was pretty profitable, so I feel like Hilltown should be reasonably profitable as well. The fact that we're just, like, there, like, immediately because of this car with the one engine upgrade, so nice. Does mean that this map's gonna end up feeling smaller than I thought it would because of the speed of the car. But, you know, the good old blessing curse situation there. Oh yeah, this bat's gonna make short work of these guys. It already only took like 3 hits to kill them with the axe, but now it's down to 2. Ooh. I do like the look of that. And it doesn't seem like these are for anything other than looks. Because this kind of matches a bit better. And if anybody has paid attention to how I've been designing a lot of things, I like longer coats. I feel like those look better. But that's also just a taste thing. I have a lot of clothing to sell. I wonder if I can actually give my people different clothes and have them actually use them. Probably not. They seem like they're set models. I can try to talk to some of them when we get back to base and see if they actually have inventories I can do things with. Pretty confident I can't. But I don't know until I check. Can't take the bottles, even though we have taken very similar bottles before. but it's fine. Okay, that had a decent bit of scrap in it. Here's a question to lob out there for people to answer. For those that have played something in the survival crafting genre, what was the first one you played? So I can't actually remember what the first one technically would have been for me. I don't think it was Minecraft, even though Minecraft was very early for me on that line of thought. I feel like I played something like this before that. But I actually can't think of what the first one was for me anymore. It's been too long. But it was interesting to hear how people get into a genre. And it can be a more interesting question to ask what the first one was than asking what somebody's favorite is. Because what your favorite is can tell you a lot about how people view games to begin with, but what their first one is can actually be a good way to figure out towards why they like what they like. So it's always a bit of an interesting thing to learn about people from. Like, to bring it back to what I was talking about as far as my first experiences go, like, obviously, I did spend a good amount of time in the very early days of Minecraft as well, but I don't think that was my first one. But my timeline of events is jumbled because, understand, I've been playing games for basically my entire life. So it gets kind of hard to tell what the first one in a genre was after a while. Like, some of the most memorable ones would obviously still be something like Minecraft, Terraria. Starbound was memorable, but not for the right reasons. Starbound was memorable for me because of how disappointed I was in it. And I know that's something that would make a lot of people mad at me. But there's also plenty of people that would agree that that ended up being a disappointment. Because, like, the thing with that was, I wanted that to be a complete Terraria replacement for me. And it just couldn't do that. Because this was during a gap where Terraria wasn't getting updates anymore. Or for a good long bit. So we all thought that game was done and dusted. So it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have to move on now. And that was supposed to be the next one in that vein, and it wasn't. And, like, I've played a lot of survival crafters in this vein as well, the, like, third person or first person varieties as well. I played even things that were way back, like Stomping Land, and I spent a bit of time with DayZ, though I did not care for DayZ personally. It was very clunky. But I respect what it is. God, I'm trying to think of some of the other really early ones now. And they're just not coming to mind. But there's a certain smoothness to this that I would say is an improvement in the genre, for sure. Like, this moves smoothly, plays smoothly. There's not a lot of jank to it. So I have to give credit where credit's due as far as that goes. There's no needless extra steps to using the inventory. You don't have to wrestle with the controls just to climb a fence. You know, there's an elegance to the simplicity. Which is what I was getting at when I say everything like that has its place. And that's coming from the guy that has always said he would rather have a game be ridiculously complicated so I have a lot to chew through to get through what the game is. There is still great benefits to a game being significantly simpler. So you can actually just digest the game straight off and just play the game instead of spending the first like 6 hours trying to figure out how the game even functions. I think this is mine. Yeah, it's damaged, so this is definitely mine. Because it seems like when the cars spawn, they spawn at full health. Health full of fuel. But I'm realizing my inventory is about full, is why I'm turning around quickly. I'm gonna dump off things, build the generator room, and then come back. And if people are wondering what that numlock button over there is, by the way, that is an auto run button. Which, that's an interesting thing to have. Like, some games of this type have that, and some don't. And I don't really know where the decision comes in on that one way or the other. Personally, I don't think I'll ever use it. Especially since we have cars. But I can see value to a button like that existing in a game of this type. Because there are times where you're covering a long distance with a whole lot of nothing going on in it. And that may sound like a negative statement towards the genre, and to a certain degree, I suppose it is, because it is kind of a genre problem. But it's kind of not necessarily a survival crafter genre problem, it's more a general open world problem as far as there being large stretches of nothing sometimes. Because every open world game has that kind of problem now and then, where there's a lot of ground to cover and a lot of nothing happening in it. Also, I think the seeds we had before might have gotten deleted, I'm realizing. Unless they're over here in the workshop in... Because I think when I upgraded the farm, the box lost what it had in it. Yeah, no, I think that is exactly what happened. Well, that's something they may want to fix. Because that's not great. So that farm seems to just be issues across the board right now, so there's that as well. Try to organize my inventory a little bit. I could have put the juice into the community, but honestly, they're doing just fine at this point. They don't need the juice. There we go. That's significantly less inventory now. Okay. I didn't figure a muzzle brake belonged on a pistol, but games are weird about that kind of thing. Oh! I think the bat has durability, but the axe, since it's your starting thing, doesn't? No, because there is a durability meter on there. Maybe its durability is just insane. Because, like, you'll notice the bow's durability really hasn't gone down that much either. Despite us having used it a decent amount. Not sure on that one. Let's go ahead and build the generator room just so the game stops asking me to do it and then see what else it wants me to do. So I think that's all the buildings now. Oh, I'm just gonna complete some objectives, and I guess I'm out of jobs to do now. Either that or I broke it by having gotten too far ahead of what it wanted. One of the two. I guess, yeah, I think those objectives just qualify as the tutorial. Like, this is what you need to get yourself set up, and the rest of it's up to you. Which, that makes sense. No real issue there. It is interesting how there's a dedicated wood and a dedicated, I guess, metal storage is what this would be. Not that they actually seem to lock it to those items. At least not visibly. Now, you're done making iron ore as well, aren't you? So I should have you get more of that. Because it was taking him so long to get the iron ore I'd asked him for before, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to ask too much of that. Didn't really mean to drink the energy drink there. That's one thing with the quick slot there, is the fact that it's on E, which is usually interact in so many games. That keeps catching me now and then. Was it? I think we had 60 iron ore, don't we? Yeah, well, we have 70 actually, but 30 ingots will be good enough for now. What I'm gonna quickly do is just have you stop being on workshop for the moment and go be on furnace so you get those ingots done. Because that's still all under crafting as far as I've been able to tell, so she'll do that job well as well. And that'll get us a bunch of ingots ready to go. Let's see. You're still cutting away at the steaks that I asked you to make. I'm just gonna give you some more to do. Get some berries while you're at it. Berries are fast, goddamn. Not that berries are hugely important, but it's a thing. Just increase your work order again. Okay, yeah, you can help them as well. You can work at the same time they do to make their work faster. Okay, that's good at least. So if it's a big task, you can actually speed through that. That's huge. It was the canned tuna I wanted to put in there because I didn't need it on me. Oh, you can actually have medkits in your quick slots as well, so it's not dedicated food and drink slots. These are just quick slots. Okay. I thought they were legitimately guaranteed food and drink slots, since that's what kept going in them. While I'm here, I should pull some of this water for myself. Because each of these bottles is half a liter, and they're gaining liters now, so... There we go. For when the energy drinks run out, I'll have a bunch of water. Which actually... While I'm pissing about here, I should just switch that so I don't accidentally drink more of the energy drinks. Arguably, I could just have that slot be empty so I don't waste anything else, but it's fine. I knew I was going to need to refill after I slept. I actually do finally need to restock myself on steaks a bit, too. There we go, back up to 15 steaks. And now they're actually doing some pretty decent work automatically, which makes me a lot happier. Let's head over to the shop and see if I can grab somebody to do more work. Since technically there would be some other jobs I could have people doing now. Be it like doubling up on the crafting or the wood cutting or etc. Now that I'm on this side of the hill, I can actually just see the shop from here instead of getting confused every time because that hill was always in the way of where I parked. I am here seeking volunteers. Who wishes to go work in a camp where you will not be paid? You're a very good mechanic, but I don't need a mechanic. Hello, shifty-looking man. Are you good for anything I actually want? You are also a very good mechanic that I don't need, but you have pretty good mining and pretty good wood cutting, so you are a potential. Problem is, I genuinely don't need anybody, I don't think. Ooh, you're really good at mining. And the mine is the slowest part of our setup right now. The other option is I have him use his crafting to keep the furnace running. So I don't have to swap up our crafter back and forth. So at the very least, he's hired. And I can't use my command menu from here, so I can't check to see if the town capacity is full. I think it is, because I think he's the 6th one. But I can check it this way. Yeah, it's full. Okay. Is there anything I want to buy while I'm here? I could buy a car repair kit or two. Yeah. Also, his inventory doesn't seem to have refreshed at any point, so that might not be a concept. They might not have refreshing inventories. Or it just takes a really long time. You do sell scrap metal as well, so I can buy some of that to alleviate my issues. There we go. This way we can build the armory and such without having to traipse all over the map looking for scrap metal. So we can see what it does. Because I'm not intending on ending soon quite yet, but I don't know how long I'm going to want to go. But this is holding up well enough that this is probably going to be the only game played today. I had originally considered seeing if I could play through River City Girls 0 in one go attached to this session today. Because for those that don't know, that game's basically just a remake of one of the old SNES River City games, which never made it over here. At least that's what I was presented with when I tested it earlier today. Oh, this ran out of wood. Okay. I can fix that. Just move more of the wood from this one to the other one. I should have checked that before I assigned her making all of those. What the hell is that? That looks like the sun, but every time lightning goes off, it was strobing weird colors. And now it's not doing it anymore. So that was a thing. Oh, wait. Wait. Now it's doing it. I'm gonna stop looking at that because I think that's gonna start hurting people's eyes and doing other bad things. So we're just gonna stop paying attention to that. Because that's just going to be upsetting. I just need to go grab cloth and then I can have 2 people mining. But I don't really need 2 people mining either is the problem. So yeah, I'm just gonna assign him to the workshop and not think about it too much. The 2 of you seem like you'll get along just fine anyway. You really don't get along with fences, though, apparently, since you just walked right through that. But, you know, that's fine. You know, what the hell do I know? Thinking fences block people moving. Oh, I need more electronic parts, though. God damn it. And I can't make those. But, you can make me a rebar club. So go ahead and do that. We have a bunch of stone in there to make more bricks as well, so go ahead and just make me a bunch of bricks. So I think there's a bunch of stone. Yeah, there's a decent amount. Yeah, that should be fine. Just upgrade to 75 damage instead of 50. Yep, that is literally just a piece of stone on a rebar. Okay, that's the thing. Just taped it together. I need to go back out the other end. Like, obviously, before I stop playing this, we're obviously going to go find a bandit camp so I can explain what I talked about way early on with this. Which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one, considering I saw one in the first, like, 10 minutes of the test file. But I don't remember where it was. So I think maybe your camp does spawn in different spots, perhaps? No, I don't think it does, because this all seems exactly the same otherwise. Just a lack of a bandit camp. So I probably just didn't go to the right spot, because I don't remember where that spot is. And don't worry, the bandit camp will be very obvious when we do find it. More zombies. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go look for trouble. A statement that's never gotten people in trouble before. Do I go look for trouble now, or do I make myself a better weapon first? I probably should make a better weapon first before I go challenging bandits. And that too will make sense when we encounter them. Is all we need to make the armory is just 2 electronic parts anyway. That shouldn't be too awful to come by. Hi, big guy. He's a little spooky. With his entourage of spitters. Okay, still takes 2 hits, but 100 Time out. I found something better than a car. That's a tank. Give me tank. Can I drive? Please let be real. Damn it. Why must you tease me this way? This looked perfectly fine till you come around and see the barrel's limp-dicked over here. God damn it. I'm disappointed. And yes, I know what I said, and you know what? I ain't taking it back because it's true. Just quickly reminding everyone of how powerful just the basic bow is because of fire rate. Let's see if this big guy can even make it to me. If I just keep pelting him. Because he just keeps getting mad and yelling, and then I get to keep lighting him up with arrows. He is taking a lot of arrows, though. Gotta go! He took almost all of the arrows I had in order to kill him. Or at least all the arrows that I had in that slot is... I think I only had the 50 technically loaded. Look at all of these arrows sticking out of him. Wow, some of them are deep in there, too. That looks to be all I'm allowed to get back. Okay. So I lost half of just about. Now, of course, no sooner did I make a rebar do I get one by killing him. Video games. But on the bright side, we killed the big boy, which I presume was a tank probably, because he took a lot of hits. Fix this while I'm thinking. Or you're not gonna let me, okay? Pay for your sins. Exactly, Jay. Video games. Wow, that didn't even fully repair it, so that's like half a repair each time then. Okay, that's just regular stone. I was kind of hoping that would be something different since it was a different rock type. But it's just flat stone instead of regular stone. If we get a good hit, we just flatten whatever we're hitting with that. It's honestly quite nice. Anything good in the washing machine? Well, it's got cloth, which is what you'd expect out of a washing machine. I was kind of hoping to harvest the machine itself for parts, but, you know. That would be tricky to do with my bare hands. Not impossible, just tricky. That exists. This box doesn't exist. Huh. That sure is a thing that happened, I guess. Can't use this campfire for reasons. You know, it's raining, sure, but other than that, I see no reason why I wouldn't have been able to light that campfire. See if he drops anything good. It's still weird how my arrows are just floating where he used to be because he exploded. Well, those are nice. Not really things I need anymore, but they're nice. Definitely get a lot more knockback with the rebar, too. We are sending... You know, when they don't get stuck on a railing. Huh. Well, this definitely is a little messy. More pants. I mean, worst case, No, I think I did buy up all of the electronic scrap when we were there before, didn't I? I know I bought quite a bit. I'm pretty sure it was literally just give me your whole stock on that one. Okay, so there's a little leeway on that. On the backswing, I tagged him, so that's good to know. Keep finding more candy. Come on. Yes, I think that's exactly what I needed. I think the 2 was all I needed. Hi there. Oh, there's 2 of you, huh? Okay. That's fine. Thankfully, between the 2 of you, you might have one single brain cell. Just pops like a damn balloon. Oop, getting a little spicy now. This weapon is a little bit slower, which is not ideal. And it takes more stamina to swing it. Hard to argue with that damage, though. And leaving people upside down like that is pretty great, too. Look at how dignified a pose that is. He's just doing a crazy bicycle kick. He's just the best zombie. I think we left our car up here, didn't we? I can just backtrack the trail of destruction, and I'm pretty sure I'll find the car. There it is. Pretty sure this is ours. Yeah. Because we had parked near where we decided to fight the tank, and then found the regular tank that was just a ball of disappointment. If you think I'm still salty about that, you'd be right. I'm still incredibly disappointed by the fact that you can't have a tank. Or at least you can't have that tank. Maybe there is a tank that works somewhere. Hope springs eternal in the form of a tank. Missed my exit. The driving is pretty good in this. It's simple, but it's effective. Armory. Which I might change one of the crafters over to this. Oh boy, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we've got toys. Though that's gonna start needing steel, and it needs parts. Okay. We can't make the parts. We gotta find parts, I guess. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. We can get light machine guns, all kinds of different rifles. That's much better. That makes me happy. And a crossbow's pretty cheap and easy to make. But this does make me wonder where I get the parts from, since we can't make them. Presumably I have to find them. Like, that's the obvious answer, but where do I find them? Everybody still seems to be doing fine. Daniel's a bit upset. No, his meter over here seems to be fine. It's just his meter over here doesn't look as good. Until I clicked on him and then he was suddenly happy. I think he had just gotten off of what he was doing and became happier. So there's a bit of steak in here. Might have been leaving him unattended for a bit too long. There we go. You just cook until you can't cook anymore. And we also need to learn about steel, which I don't think steel's particularly difficult. No, it's literally iron ore and scrap metal. Okay, so that's not so bad. You would have figured it would be like iron ore and coal, not iron ore and scrap metal. But sure. We can do the scrap metal way, sure. In the end, though, there's really nothing we can particularly use this for aside from making a crossbow, and I'm not that fussed about using the crossbow particularly. The bow does a good enough job. Like, you would figure at least, like, this airsoft rifle wouldn't need such crazy parts, though apparently the airsoft rifle's stronger than a hunting rifle, which seems wrong. Yeah, the airsoft rifle is actually the strongest rifle, other than the Thunderbolt. Something about that just doesn't make a lick of sense. Yeah, we just have to go find components. Which technically is exactly what we've been doing the entire time, if you really think about it. We've been finding components for everything. Just not specifically labeled components. Iron plates, steel plates, stone planks, and electronic parts for the next upgrade into the command center. Which is probably not happening today. I don't feel particularly compelled by that upgrade. Mostly just because that's just gonna mean my already overloaded stocks of the things these people can make for me would just get further overloaded. That they can't do things that I need them to do is the issue. Like, what I really would need them doing is getting me things like scrap metal and leaves, and they can't, so I don't know what to do with that. Actually, let me go over to the medical tent. See what is needed to make medical supplies. Okay, it just takes bandages and turns them into first aid kits. Or I make antiseptic bandages, which heal the same amount. Wait. Hang on. So it's 3 bandages for a medical kit. Which 3 bandages would then be 6 cloth. But it's 5 cloth and an alcohol to make an antiseptic bandage, which heals the same amount. So as long as you have alcohol, it's actually better to make the antiseptic bandages. Because you're using up the same amount of resources, but you're using up 1 less cloth. Which means you're costing yourself less leaves. And leaves are the thing that have been a bottleneck for us. Which, let me tell you, it feels kind of silly that 3 bandages go into making something that is 50 health when each bandage is 30 health as well. Like, this seems wrong. Everything about this seems wrong. Because that is a horrific exchange rate. Because you're trading 90 healing in order to be able to get 50 healing, but in a single item. I feel like this should be more like 60 or 70 health for the amount you're putting into it. It being a loss does make a degree of sense, but I feel like a 40 hit point loss for that exchange doesn't make sense. But in the interest of healing myself a bit better, that would be a good idea to go make some of those things. And that's something I can just do myself. There's not really a point to having one of the workers come over there and do that for me. Because we won't be over there doing it for very long. By the time I would get them switched around, it would be done already. In fact, yeah, these are instant crafts, so there's literally no point in having them come over and do it. And use the first aid kit, because that gets that out of my inventory. I'm trying to get to full health. There we go. I should have used another antiseptic bandage, but it's very much a 6 of one, half dozen the other. Let's go sell things, and then we'll go look around again. See if I can find some bandits. Because making a better gun seems to not be on the table until we find components. And you know where I'm betting components live? Bandit camps. Thinking about it, that just makes sense. Because where else would you get the parts for guns than where people have guns? Because, spoilers, bandits have guns. And that's the problem with dealing with bandits. That's the thing I was dancing around and saying the entire time, and I'm like, you know, there really isn't a fucking point to dancing around that statement now that I think about it. Just rip that band-aid off and get it over with. You have some explosive arrows, though, to have fun. Oh, you know what? I should have probably scrapped some of those clothes rather than selling them, because I just realized there was a scrap option on those. Oh well. That would be a way to solve the cloth problem to a degree. But I don't really think it's that huge an issue. I cannot hire you. Yeah, because you still haven't restocked. No, I'm still carrying 2 gas cans. I was gonna say I probably should buy some gas off of you, but I don't need to. Yeah, because you still only sell the crossbow. You do still have all the things I sold to you, so your inventory is never reset either. Which tells me I don't think these shops ever restock then. Because we've definitely been here multiple in-game days. So it seems at this point unlikely that those shops restock. Buy myself a decent amount more bullets. Okay, so they only stack to 50. Noted. Okay, you sell cloth, so I'll buy you out of cloth. I don't need more empty water bottles. I do want the alcohol so I can make more antiseptic bandages out of it. Not that any of that's particularly expensive, it's just an expedience option. What did you two sell again? Mostly just food and drink, right? I could buy a bunch of energy drinks. And then I don't need to worry about the whole running out of energy drinks issue. Not that that's even particularly an issue, but makes my life easier. And I don't know if food variety impacts morale at all, but we could be buying things like eggs and such to make omelets since the farm doesn't work, but I don't think that's a priority issue either, really. I think that's just a thing that I could do. Let's see. Go ahead and put the energy drinks back in that slot so that I can get my energy level back up. Much like I've done in life. Now, I know up on one of these hills was a bandit camp. I just don't know which hill it was. It might be over here. Problem is, I've already got more on my map than I had when I died to bandits before. So, it gets harder to tell. That's actually why I was a little nervous about going to Hilltown, is I thought maybe that would be a bandit camp. But hopefully pistol rounds will be sufficient to put some bandits down. What had happened in my test game that got me killed by the bandits is I was having an issue with a hill. I was trying to shoot arrows over the hill so that they couldn't shoot back at me. Somehow, arcing my arrows over that was harder than it was for them to shoot through the hill at me. So I got ripped to pieces. It was a whole thing. It wasn't a whole good thing. I feel like I'm not in the right place for what I'm looking for. Oh, hang on. Nope, zombies. bandits will, like I said, be pretty obvious when we find them. Because they've got a very certain aesthetic. Just becomes a matter of finding them. This is definitely not a car designed for hill climbing. But I'm doing it anyway. That's just how I roll. It's certainly how I roll my car and die. That's damn sure. Well, I don't think that's a bandit camp. Might be, though, but it's definitely something interesting. Whee! This is gonna end badly! Oh. Oh no, that might be straight up military in there. Can definitely tell it's not proper bandits though, because it's not got banners up everywhere. Oh wait, no, there's the skull back there, so maybe these are, maybe this is like a big time bandit camp. Now the problem you might imagine with fighting that many guys like that is I'm going to lose. But I have options. What happened to him? Boom. Boom. Well, I'm out of explosive arrows, but definitely ruined those guys' days. Now, if he loses interest, I might be able to go loot the bodies and see if I can come up with something good. Depends on how attentive these guys are. Fast mag, camouflage helmet. Bunch of pants. Why that guy had 2 pairs of pants on him, I don't know. This guy's got a bicycle helmet. Ooh, explosive arrows. Uh-oh. Notice how you really can't see them shooting? That's the issue I was having with the bandits. The shots aren't very visible. At least their guns are making noise. The bandits I fought, their guns didn't make noise. I was just getting shredded by invisible, silent bullets. And it was awful. Having these explosive arrows, though, is definitely a game changer. They're not giving me any gun parts, though. This is a serious business camp, though. God damn. I'm never gonna get tired of just whacking somebody from behind with an explosive arrow. Just a sudden boom, and they disappear. Come on. What, you're not gonna patrol the rest of the way? Okay, fine, I'll hit you over here instead. Oh, I hit the fucking clipping. That's fine, just come over there, bonk. Oh, you son of a bitch. That guy was gonna narc on everything I was doing, so he needed to go. Oh, in particular. Now I'm out of explosive arrows. Now I gotta get good. I'm shooting just slightly too far ahead of him. Okay, it doesn't take too many arrows to kill one of them. And they're a little stupid. I'm proud of that shot. Just clock the guy right in the forehead. Man, there's so many of them, though. If you're wondering if I'm wishing I had held on to some of those explosive arrows, you would be correct. Uh-oh. The jig is up. Man, it's gotta suck to be that guy, huh? Okay, headshots do work even though they have helmets. I really didn't expect headshots to work, which is why I wasn't aiming for them. That wasn't the one I was aiming for at all. Bonk. Okay, this is going a lot better than my previous bandit encounter had. Then again, I'm actually fighting them at my range instead of theirs. Bonk. Just imagine if somebody was just creeping through your camp, wiping all your guys out, and all you knew is your guys were just disappearing one by one. It'd be a hell of a thing, wouldn't it? So you would think they would be reacting more by now, just to how many other guys are gone. Oh, I hit the edge. Over his head. Got him. Uh-oh. Somebody knows I'm here. There's no one here. Nobody here but us mice. Somebody gave a mouse a bow. Bunk. Yep, my inventory is definitely full by now. Yeah. Can I put an extended mag on my pistol? I think it worked. Or did I send that to limbo? No, I don't think that... What is happening? Some of those extended mags are just going to a weird place in my inventory, and I don't know what's going on. Can't help but notice, though, not a single gun part amongst all of these bodies. Or a gun. So I can't help but be remarkably disappointed. Also, if you're thinking I would have lost in a straight-up fight, I'm pretty confident that would be true. I think fighting fair here would be a horrifically stupid idea. Considering all of these gentlemen have assault rifles. And I have a pistol and a bow. And a chunk of rebar, if you count the chunk of rebar. But you know what? By fighting the way you can fight best, we're winning this engagement. Hopefully we'll find something. Aha! So it's these crates that have the goodies. Okay, the inventory is slightly jacked up. My inventory is full, but not full. These two inventory slots are broken now. So that's not great. They're displaying to the right of where they're actually supposed to be. Just gonna put that in my pocket. Because that's gonna be fun. Just chuck a Molotov cocktail on somebody. See if they offend me. More fire arrows. Like, we are definitely getting the resources to ruin somebody's day if we run into them. Doesn't look like there's anything up there. It would also be pretty cool if I could, like, drive off with the Humvee over here. But it is definitely a dead vehicle. I also could be reclaiming my arrows from these guys' faces, but honestly, I think this is a fair trade. Getting gun parts for arrows. If anything, I am making out like a bandit. Machete. A real pity that I can't fit more than 5 of these on a space. Those only sell for 50, so I don't really have a reason to take that. I would be more inclined toward using the machete than the rebar, personally. But the rebar is very effective. That's a compelling enough swap. This is only a 15 damage decrease. And that's definitely quicker. Not exactly a katana guy myself, but it'll do the job pretty good. Sniper damage and shotgun damage. Well, of the two, I'm definitely more inclined towards sniper damage. As we all know, not exactly a shotgun guy either. Shotguns can be very satisfying, but as a general rule, I would rather take something longer range than a shotgun. Well, that saves me having to make that, because that was going to be one of the ones I was going to make. I have no 5.56 ammo on me to speak of, but I have a machine gun now. Ho, ho, ho. I know I did it backwards, I don't care. Okay, that's the one I looted already. Am I really not gonna manage to find anything else? Like, I got a bunch of sniper parts, which is gonna allow me to make a sniper rifle, which I'm happy about. But I was kind of hoping to find more than that in here. Another large backpack. More 308 ammo. Free first aid kit, which is never a bad thing. You know, that's great to see, just sitting there dented and all kinds of fucked up. You know, nothing bad's gonna happen from that. Okay, that's not a real door. I was expecting to open that and, like, have a boss show up or something. That's why I was clearing the area before I checked the door. Still, that was a resounding success, honestly. I was really not expecting to clean them out without even getting hit. Oh, right, because I had put the 5.56 rounds in here, and this has a slot. I can see it on it, so... Yeah, there we go. But it doesn't want that. Oh god, I broke another inventory slot. How about a muzzle brake? You want that? No. Suppressor? No. Time scope? No. Is the slot lit up for the extended mag? So maybe it worked and it's just really buggy? I don't know. Also got a lot of bicycle helmets that I don't really need. these slots being a bit jacked up would definitely solve the... Oh god. That would definitely be solved by having an inventory sort button. For the most part. Like, you'd run the risk of it jacking it up more, but it would probably actually reload the slots in such a way that it would actually work. There's no guarantee, like I said, but there would at least be hope on that idea for something good happening. I'm just taking one last trip around in here to make sure that I didn't miss any parts. I mean, those are good things to have. Not more weapon parts, but good things to have anyway. So, I guess that ruins the streak we had going, though, of finding no bugs in this game. Which, I'm the one playing the game, so of course there was never going to be a world in which I was going to find absolutely nothing wrong. Inevitably, I was going to find something that breaks. Or find some way to break it. Either one. Oh, there we go. We found a shotgun. Wish that was something I'd be happiest about, but I'm much happier about the pipe bombs. Definitely down for the pipe bombs. But yeah, we didn't find anything other than sniper parts as far as weapon parts go, and we didn't find a single 5.56 round in here. Out of all of the bullets we found all over the place, not a single round of 5.56 to go in this machine gun. So I think the 2 rounds we had were ones I was carrying from before. But I think I do have some in storage at the base. So I can still make use of this machine gun, just not immediately. And yeah, that was supposed to be a super dangerous place based on the skull there. Because look, this is just regular skull. This is, oh my god, you're going to die. And we just cleaned it out like it was nothing. Remember, folks, that's the power of not fighting a straight up fight with a superior opponent. His fighting fair is for suckers. That's definitely zombies. I see the green gas immediately. This road's full of zombies as well. Okay, that was a fire department. I'm really not gonna be able to find a bandit camp, am I? Oh, wait. Yep, bandit camp. There we go. Oh, good. Their guns are working this time. Because when I encountered them before, literally they would raise their guns, point at me, and I would just take hits. There wasn't even, like, gun sounds or anything. So I think that might have just been a bug I encountered the first time around. I can hit him from here. Too high. Still a little too high. Got him. You know what? I have a explosive arrow. Shoot my arrow into the air. And where it lands, I do kind of care. Bam! Just in time for me not to be able to see anything anymore. There's a man there. A little short. Still a little short. A little high. Boom. And there will be no body because it will burn. Oh. Burn for your sins of being abandoned. Oh wow, he just burned to death. Eat. Okay, don't really have a great throwing arm. Seems like iron arrows don't really do more damage. So it makes me wonder what the point to using better quality arrows would be. Actually, no, they're doing 10 more per hit. But when you're just going around aiming for headshots, your arrow quality doesn't much matter. Now, these aren't even the same bandits I fought before either, though. These are more, like, military dudes. There were just guys in blue shirts with assault rifles that I got gunned down by in the test file I did. This guy just had a really bad day. Okay, I guess I'm just not gonna trade those shoes, huh? Okay. This is when it just turns out that I was just imagining the entire incident with the guns that make no noise. And I'm just a crazy person. But you know, I'd believe that. But that's why I wanted so badly to hunt down some bandits, was to demonstrate to you guys the problem I ran into. Hey, there we go, a proper assault rifle. Ooh, this one has lots of attachment slots. Muzzle brake. Why? Why did these... How do these work? How do you put thing on thing? Don't understand. Suppressor? No. Oh god, where'd the suppressor go? There it is. Like, it turns the slot green, so you would think that that's how that's supposed to work. But it just doesn't. It keeps breaking. God, so many of these inventory slots are compromised now. Oh, no. By the way, this has more than 2 bullets. You know, Shift click just sends it back and forth too. Like, you would figure a 2x scope would be valid for something like this, but maybe it has to be that reflex sight we found before. I don't know. Like, the whole situation with these guns is just weird. There's the gray sports shoes that for some reason I couldn't properly put on. Oh, now they work. Okay. I was kind of hoping they would let me run faster, even though they didn't say that on them anywhere. Looks like the game cleaned up the bodies, so I might have missed looting a couple of them. I think that I parked the car down this way, right? Because I parked decently far away from them. No, the banners were on this side, so I think the car might be that way. Yeah, the road's that way. There's my car. Didn't get any gun parts out of this place, but we got a gun. So I feel like a gun is a better result than getting gun parts. Because it means I don't have to make it. The downside is it's not necessarily the gun I wanted. So that is the trade-off to not making your own gun, is it may not be the gun you wanted. But I think it'll be a good idea to go back to camp now in order to get the ammo, for example, and see if I can fix my inventory glitching as well. So I think if I put away everything, I might be able to get those inventory slots to behave again. The thing is, we've got multiple extended mags that are supposed to be in my inventory and have vanished into the ether. So that's a little weird. If any of you are worried about the fuel situation, don't be. I have multiple gas cans on me to replace the missing fuel. I'm just not bothering to fill it up yet, because we'll be back to base before that becomes an issue. Every now and then it seems like some of this renders a little weird, so it doesn't look right. But either way, we definitely gained a lot out of that trip. Well, we did, but we didn't, I suppose. Yeah, we actually don't have any 5.56 in here, huh? We have 50 caliber ammo. Oh, there it is. There's the 5.56. It's not a lot. Oh, this is a dedicated pistol slot, right? I can only have one or the other. And yeah, it is just those slots that are fucked. Which remains a weird concept, all things considered. That an inventory slot can end up jacked up like that. I can't scrap the shotgun, which is a little odd. Can't scrap the scopes. Okay, even quick stacking things into spots back and forth doesn't fix those slots. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a save. Is it broken? And we're gonna go back to the main menu for a second. We're just gonna menu out and back in again, and see if those inventory slots fix themselves. If they don't, then that's a bug report that might actually have to be made. If it's just an in-out fix-it thing, I don't think it's a major issue to worry about. Though those magazines are still potentially vanished. Okay, that fixed the inventory slots. The magazines are still gone to heaven somewhere, but that's at least not the biggest deal. It does mean, though, that weapon attachments are probably just not working right now. Like, we can try again with a sniper rifle and see if one of the scopes works on that, but I feel like that's unlikely to be true. With the sniper rifle parts we have, though, how many do we have? We have 5. With the sniper rifle parts we have, we can make either the wasteland rifle or the airsoft rifle. This uses 308, this also uses 308. I feel like there's no reason between the two not to make the airsoft rifle, which is weird. But it's got a higher fire rate, and it does more damage, and it uses the same bullets, but this is cheaper. What? 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 What the fuck? So I need to make steel ingots before I can actually make that. And steel ingots were... yeah, that. Yeah, I know. They don't have the scrap metal to do it. It's fine. There's the scrap metal to do the thing. I do have enough iron ingots, so that's fine. So we just need to wait for her to make the steel ingots. And that ball will get rolling. And then we'll play around a little bit with that sniper rifle, and that probably will do it for our little Lurkit Special for this game. Which, for those so inclined, if you want to pick up the game yourself, this command right here will make the store page appear for you. And like I was saying at the beginning of this, it is just like a $12 game, so it's not bad to pick up. It's got multiplayer. If you want to just have a dumb little zombie survival game to play around with your friends, this would definitely scratch that itch a bit. It's definitely not going to be your biggest standout in the genre, but it's a good little thing. I think 7's enough. We will find out. Yes. And I'll just go ahead and make this myself. No, I won't, because it is going to take a long time. You, stop working the furnace. Come over here and help me. There we go. Between the two of us, it's moving at a slightly more reasonable pace. So she's not looking at the bench. So that's a little weird. She's just kind of staring at the camera like, what are you looking at? Why are you touching my table? Just kind of doing weird hand gestures like, okay, this is how you do this. See, just now look at me. Look over here, lady. Hey. Probably should put your goggles on while we're doing this work too. That's dangerous. We make one mistake and you're gonna shoot your eye out. Are you listening? You're not listening. Not listening in the slightest. Doing all the damn work myself. The animation's also breaking and just repeating weirdly. Like, you see him just suddenly stutter to the side every now and then. She isn't helping at all, actually. Because I think since she didn't start it, she's not actually doing anything with it. So I think she's just over here as moral support at this point. Actually, do I get the materials back if I cancel this? I did, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the parts to make it in there, have her start it, and then I'll help her make it. And that'll probably be faster. Even though I just was most of the way through it already. Oh, good, it just resumed where it was. Perfect. Yeah, see, now the meter's going much quicker with both of us working on it. I knew something was wrong. I knew it was taking entirely too long. So this is a potential issue if it continuously gets longer and longer craft times on things. But that's also how these kind of games work. Is they steadily extend and extend the crafting times on the more complex items. And done. Yeah, it literally is just an air gun that uses 308 rounds. So why is this so powerful? Like, it's a good thing we got lots of 308, so I can test this. Okay, it's not single load either. I still have any of my scopes? I do. Still can't get a scope mounted on the damn thing for the life of me, though. Pretty sure all the deer are out on the other side. There's one. Doesn't seem to be 100% accurate either, because I'm pretty sure I pointed, like, right at the head. But it's harder to tell without, you know, the scope that a gun like this should have. There might be some bullet drop too, though. But considering I only moved horizontally and I hit the target, I don't feel like bullet drop was the problem there. Not sure, though. Yeah, I see absolutely no reason why I would use the other rifle over this one, based on the results here. I thought maybe it would be way slower than advertised or something, and that would make it make sense. Yeah, there really isn't much bullet drop at all, at least not at this range. Because I was aiming just like a hair over their heads. And that was definitely headshots considering the red marker that was popping up. At least I'm pretty sure. I don't think the red marker was popping up when I was killing things before, so I don't think it's a kill marker. Easy way to test, though, is drive closer. That one was a little too close. Yeah, see, that one's head exploded and I got the red marker. And these are all missing their heads, too, so safe bet that that's exactly what was happening. It does kind of fire like a gun that's not been zeroed in, though. Like, it's just slightly weird. Like, it's not way out of line, but it's just, like, ever so slightly weird. Resoundingly effective, though. As one would expect from a gun that does 200 damage compared to all of the things we've had before that were doing double digits at best. Yeah, if you're looking for a relatively cheap survival game that's got a good amount of stuff, but not a crazy amount, this would be a pretty good game to play, I'd say. Not really anything to worry about resource-wise either. Oh, they did just put out the roadmap. Which is a fairly simple roadmap. It's literally project started, did that already. Prologue, did that already. Early access, that's where we're at. New features and things. Launch, post-launch updates. That's literally their entire visual roadmap. But they do have it filled out more down below it. Being able to take over enemy camps that you might lose if you don't protect them. More and better zombies. Item durability will be a thing. Radiation will exist. Everything's gonna get rebalanced, which makes sense because balance is a little silly right now. Character creator will be added, more vehicles, more points of interest. Basically, everything that's already here, but more. And they'll actually have an injury system according to the roadmap. So there's really good potential here. Don't know if it'll ever fulfill that potential because you never know that with anything. Is things may happen, they may not be able to finish doing what they intend. Anything like that. But, like I said, pretty good. Not gonna blow anybody's minds right now. But cheap and cheerful, pretty good. I do think it would serve better as something for just a handful of people to play around with, just as a for fun thing, without needing to worry too much, as I said before. Just taking a quick look around my raid list to see where I would like to take us. Fix that one. I'm looking at that. I just swore I fixed that before, but easier to fix this while live, so I'm just gonna do that while I'm thinking about the other thing. Yeah, that's a little better. I would go to one of those, but I haven't vetted them yet. And I know, I say that like every day because I keep finding more and then not having the time or spoons to go vet all of these. Other option is I just accept the idea of not, but I don't really want to just not. As I've said on numerous other occasions, I'm trying to be better about that. I mean, I suppose there's always the good old option of I just check this one and hope for the best rather than fully vetting, but Nah, I'll save that one for later. I'll look into that deeper and make sure. And we will pick between those two. Sure. Flip a coin. Flip it the coin. Okay. Easily solved. I wouldn't be surprised if they're ending soon, but it's fine. And of course, Twitch wants to be a pain. Twitch, are you just gonna break on me right now? If you're just gonna start breaking, I may just say to hell with it. No, maybe. Maybe it's working, maybe it's not. Nope. Nope, never mind. Twitch doesn't want to let me raid right now, apparently. As I push the button and I got a blank screen in for my efforts. And I just do not feel like arguing with it today. If it wants to be a pain in the butt, to hell with it. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Especially on these days where I'm doing what is technically a sponsorship, even though I'm not being paid for it. I am being paid in the form of a key, technically, so depends on how you feel about that thought. We will be back with Abiotic Factor as long as nothing goes wrong tomorrow. And on Thursday, there should be the Space Engineers collab as long as no further issues happen with that. Friday, I still need to talk to Xeno about what we're gonna do since Enshrouded is now on the back burner till that game both gets more content and gets better. And Saturday I'm going to be... I don't know if I'm going to be live on Saturday because I will be participating in a friend's birthday, specifically Crimson Star has her birthday this Saturday. She posed it as a collab. I don't know if she's intending for the people involved to all be streaming it or if it's going to all be on her channel. That's her choice since it's her birthday. Need to figure out what's going on with that still. So that's how the schedule for this week looks right now. And with all of that said, and Twitch being a pain in the butt, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Goodbye.